Good morning, everyone. Before we start the program as a ritual, we would like to light the lamp with our dignitaries. I would like to call Sampurna Behura ji, Shalini ji, Priyanka ji, and Bhuvan sir to kindly light the lamp and start with the program. Sampurna. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Just Rights for Children.
Namaskar and welcome.
Okay, I think the AI has taken over. So we'll, Vijay, do we put the film first? Okay. So, on behalf of Just Rights for Children, it is my privilege to welcome you all to this Prosperity Futures, the Child Safety Tech Summit, a platform where artificial intelligence, law, governance, and grassroots action come together to shape a safer and more prosperous future for India's children. India stands at the forefront of historic transformation in artificial intelligence, driven by a strong commitment to democratize technology for social good. At the heart of this mission is Just Rights for Children, a nationwide network of over 270 civil society organizations working across more than 450 districts. JRC is dedicated to ending violence against children with a sharp focus on eliminating child marriage, child trafficking, and online abuse. Its approach is strengthened by legal interventions, technology solutions, robust data systems, and deep community mobilization. Between 2023 and 25, JRC has prevented and stopped over 4.4 lakh children from child marriages across 28 states. It has assisted in the prosecution of over 81,000 trafficking cases and supported the rescue of more than 1.18 lakh children. These outcomes demonstrate how frontline data, community action, legal strategy, and technology, when aligned, can protect children at scale. Today, this summit brings together policymakers, tech giants from Microsoft, ChatGPT, Genpact, We Protect Global Alliance, YouTube, industry leaders, civil society leaders, to explore how innovation can further strengthen this collective mission. With that shared purpose, let us begin a day of meaningful dialogue, bold thinking, and collaborative action to build a safer and digital space for our children. We now begin with the inaugural session. Before welcoming our guest for the welcome address, I would like to share a small brief about him. Mr. Bhuvan Ribhu. Bhuvan Ribhu is one of the foremost champions of child protection globally and the founder of Just Rights for Children. For over 20 years, he has worked tirelessly to place the cause of children at the center of national and international priorities, safeguarding hundreds of thousands of children from child marriage, trafficking, and online child sexual abuse, and contributing significantly to India's ongoing efforts to strengthen child protection systems. He has assisted government committees in the formulation of various key child protection laws, including the JJ Act, the POCSO Act, and the Child Labor Act. He is the only Indian lawyer to receive the World Jurist Association's prestigious Medal of Honor. Ribhu was the petitioner of the landmark Supreme Court judgment that appeared on September 23, 2024, which introduced the country with the term child sexual exploitative and abusive material to replace child pornography. We welcome you, sir, for the address.
Hi.
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning. As I stand here today, I am first and foremost reminded of a poem in Hindi. So my friends from the West are going to forgive me. I will try to translate it later. But there is a couplet. यहाँ कुछ गड़बड़ है. There is an echo. Or maybe I should just move and switch this off. Let's see. Is this better? Yes, it is. Yes, thank you. Too many papers in my hand. We are standing here and we are discussing the advent of technology and how technology and artificial intelligence can actually change and shape child protection not only in India but in the world. And before we do that, we are still lighting a ceremonial diya to remind ourselves of who we are and where we come from. रामधारी सिंह दिनकर जी ने बहुत साल पहले कहा था कि एक हाथ में कमल, एक में धर्म दीप्त विज्ञान. एक हाथ में कमल, एक में धर्म दीप्त विज्ञान लेकर जग में उठने वाला है अब हिंदुस्तान. So, on one hand, we have the power of our legacy, our spirituality, our values, who we are, where we come from. And in the other, we have the science and technology which is going to lead us and lead India in future and make a model that can be replicated everywhere in the world. So as I welcome all of you, this is where I need to, you will forgive me, refer back to my the names. Before I begin talking about why we are here today and what we are going to do, I would like to thank first and foremost the children who have joined us online, the practitioners of child protection who are actually paving the way every day of what we do and how we are going to do it. And then I would like to welcome and thank the Honorable Minister, Mr. Jitin Prasada, the department and the MeitY department of the Government of India, the Ministry of Information Technology. I would also like to thank Shri Labu Krishna, the Honorable Member of Parliament, Mr. Daya Shankar from the Ministry of Women and Child Development. I would like to thank the eminent people who have joined us from all over the world, Dr. Sirioli, Dr. Kurian, our colleagues from the academics, Dr. Gaurav Agrawal, from people from various child rights commissions, the Railway Protection Force, Mr. Harshvardhan Srivastavji from Telangana Police, Mr. Rohit Kumar from NITI Aayog, our various colleagues from various embassies who have joined us from all over the country, all over the world, Ms. Sonali Mishra, Ms. Shikha Goyal, our friends who have joined us like Mr. Vijay Bhalki, who have come all the way from Washington, the Maharashtra Cyber team, the C-Lab team, and various other civil society organizations. I welcome you all here today on behalf of Just Rights for Children. Now this is why I needed the paper, long name, and I would like to seek an apology, and well, I would like to apologize to anyone whose name I might have inadvertently missed. Today, we are here to discuss something which is not only path-breaking, not only landmark, not only groundbreaking, but it is going to signal the beginning of a new era of the protection of human rights and child rights globally. And it has not been done by any one organization or any one initiative. We have come here due to the efforts of thousands of child protection agencies, thousands of police personnel, thousands of child welfare committee members, thousands of civil society organizations who have combined their efforts, their knowledge, their wisdom, and who have come together to create this ecosystem which we are going to be unveiling today under the leadership of the Honorable Minister. What is technology? It is nothing but a tool that enhances the pace of how we operate. It only changes speed. If we want to connect to somebody, earlier you would send a person, then you would send a letter, then you would send an email, then you would send a message. Technology or the advancements in technology have only led to an increase in pace, an increase in speed. And fortunately or unfortunately, this increase in space or speed of connectivity has not been matched by our understanding of how this can be a knife that can be used for protection, or it can be a knife that can also be used for violence and harm. So before we knew it, a generation was suddenly exposed to harm, to violence, to a self-centeredness that made them all completely hooked to their smartphones or their screens, and they would not be interested in holding face-to-face or personal interactions or conversations. that resulted in a new era of crime, new crimes that did not even find space in the old penal codes anywhere in the world. Online grooming, online enticement for trafficking, using Facebook. Earlier, one person would entice or traffic 1 or 2 or 5 or 10 girls, now one. All right. So do we have a technological glitch? Okay. That would have been fun. So, this emergence of crime was always being followed by policies that would come later, and a lot of children would get still. They would be susceptible and they would be subjected to harm. A lot of children would be subjected to crime and violence. The second thing that we are now witnessing, even as we speak today, as one of the most powerful, one of the richest people, or the richest person in the world, comes out with a technology largely for public good, but the first people or the first set of people who are using the technology of Grok are the people who are criminals, and they are confidently and in front of the world saying that we are using Grok to create digital or artificial images of children, which is nothing but sexually exploitative or abusive material, and we are doing it, and nothing can be done to us. No harm can come to us. Then we have people who are downloading such material, who are creating such material, who are uploading such material. And I'm not talking about decades ago, I'm talking about as recently as 1 year ago, in a country as vast and as having as robust laws such as India, we had a situation where one judge in one high court gave an order that watching or downloading of child pornography was not even a crime. ये पकड़ाओ जरा. So it was not even a crime. And that appears on the front page of newspapers, telling the rest of the world that anyone can demand for sexually explicit pictures of our children, such material, and it would be considered as a mental health issue. It would not be considered as a criminal justice issue, because it was not even considered a crime. Thankfully, the Supreme Court intervened, and within 6 months, this judgment was overruled and overturned. What also resulted in was creation of accountability for social media companies, for intermediaries, for people who were creating such material and generating the demand for such material. So the Supreme Court of India expanded that definition and said that this is not even going to be called only as child pornography, because pornography has a limited meaning. Any sexually exploitative or abusive material would be outlawed, because that creates or generates the demand. That creates or generates the demand for our children being raped or sexually abused. And if you want to hit the demand, you have to hit the entire chain of demand and supply. So we live in a time where the technology is always moving at a pace where the laws and the policies and the systems of child protection are playing catch up. We are not able to follow that. Thankfully, that changes today. I would like to thank and congratulate, as I said in the beginning, everyone who has been associated with this endeavor. But today marks the era of a new chapter in child protection globally, where we are going to be preempting and preventing crime. Preempting and preventing crime before it happens. We are going to be identifying vulnerabilities. We are going to be identifying the economic, social, psychological, and enforcement vulnerabilities that exist in a country as vast, as varied, as diverse as India. And if we are able to implement it properly in the next 2 or 3 years, we are going to be reducing or eliminating child marriage, which is 1/3 of the global problem. We are going to end the impunity against child trafficking. And we are going to create a system against child sexual abuse, whether online or offline, that can be replicated by everyone. These are borderless crimes, and therefore they require a borderless response. And because they are borderless crimes and they require a borderless response, this is the time where the people who want to work for child protection globally must unite. This is also the time where policies need to be advanced, and they should be moving at a pace which actually keeps this crime behind them. Because crimes are happening first, policies are coming later. And therefore, the 3 things that are happening today, I would just take a minute to explain each one of them. The first Raksha tool is going to be on, or is, I should not say going to be, because I have been talking about it, I beg for your forgiveness on that, because I have always been talking about it's going to be. I forget that it is here and today and now. In over 400 districts in India, we are identifying the people who are facing the vulnerability and who are most susceptible to child marriage. We started by a scientific calculation of 257 districts where the prevalence rate of child marriage was over 23%. We then expanded it to 330 districts where the prevalence rate of child marriage was over 20%. And when I say something like a prevalence rate of child marriage, I would like all of you to just look at absolute numbers and not like percentages. India is home to a child population of over 44 crores, over 440 million. Out of which there are over 200 million children who are girls. And if 1/4 of the girl population is going to be vulnerable to or is going to be subjected to child rape in the form of a culturally accepted practice of child marriage, then what we are talking about is a girl child population of over 50 million, over 5 crores. And what you are going to be seeing today is going to unveil the AI-generated, technologically enabled software or tool that is going to track and trace all those 50 million girls and prevent their child marriage from before it takes place. So in the next 3 years, we are going to be protecting over 50 million girls from sexual abuse using this. On one side, we are identifying where does the child marriage take place. On the other, the same tool is identifying where is the intervention taking place. Where is the FIR being registered? We have GIS tagged and identified temples, mosques, where the faith leaders are saying in this temple, in this mosque, no child marriage is taking place. In that area, tomorrow, if there is a child marriage which is being reported, then you know who's accountable. You can actually go and trace or track or stop that priest, that Maulana, that Maulvi from marrying off the child, or even prosecute them if needed. This tool is also going to identify the economic tipping point of where a child or where a family is forced to marry off the child because of poverty or because of other such issues. And how we are going to link that family with a scholarship, with a stipend, with a government scheme. Second, trafficking is as old as humanity. It is the oldest organized economic crime in the world. And everywhere till today, any action against trafficking means rescue some people and prosecute and arrest the offenders. A couple of years ago, we started creating the largest database of traffickers ever seen in human history. Today, that database has over 100,000 known traffickers operating. With that data set of over 100,000 traffickers, where they operate, when they operate, what is the source, what is the transit route, what is the destination. We have been able to identify that in the end of July, a person called Bhuvan Ribhu is going to be trafficking children from a place in northeast or northwest Bihar, from Forbisganj, from Jogbani, from Araria, from Sitamarhi, from Darbhanga, A, B, C, D. These are the traffickers. They operate at this time, they operate via this channel. So we have been able to identify that the train routes where these traffickers are operating will converge in a station, let's say Mughal Sarai, and from Mughal Sarai over 400 children have been rescued, over 50 traffickers have been identified and arrested already. Now that is real act. Many years ago, India had taken the lead in employing or deploying facial recognition technology to identify and trace missing children. Over 11,000 children were traced and tracked back in just 3 days. The same technology, imagine when it is going to be deployed at railway stations and a known trafficker, Bhuvan Ribhu, is walking into the railway station with some children, and the facial recognition technology is going to identify and tell the railway police, arrest this man. This is a person who is currently trafficking children. You prevent exploitation. Once a child has been abused, once a child has been raped, once a child has been subjected to a medical termination of pregnancy, once a child's pictures have been posted online, once a child has been subjected to such a crime, the child can never be whole. That is why, to prevent the crime and prevent the cycle of exploitation before it happens is absolutely essential and must. This is what we are doing. We are also joined by Mr. Srivastav, who is going to be presenting a little bit about the work which is happening in Telangana on online CSEM, child sexually exploitative and abusive material. This is a prototype, this is a pilot. But from Telangana, what begins will rise up and become the prototype for the entire country, and from the country it will become the prototype for the world. A few years ago, we started creating a national database of sex offenders, the NDSO. Officially, there are over 1 million people currently in the NDSO today in India. 10 लाख से ज़्यादा लोग हैं national database of sex offenders में. In that, there is also data and files and information being shared by global agencies with the government of India. 50,000, 60,000, 100,000 files are being shared with MHA. The case I was referring to earlier was one of those cases. Somebody in the United States shared this intelligence with the Ministry of Home Affairs. Ministry of Home Affairs shared it with the Tamil Nadu police. Tamil Nadu police went and promptly arrested this man for downloading and uploading child sexually explicit images. The person was arrested, prosecuted, and then let off before the Supreme Court intervened, and then he is now once again in jail. But imagine identifying all these sex offenders that are uploading these child sexually abusive images, identifying and tracing their IP addresses, identifying and tracing their IP addresses to actually place cookies on their Facebook, on their Twitter, on their Instagram, letting them know that you will be jailed, letting them know that the law is watching, and letting them know that what you think you are doing in the privacy of your home to a child who you think is never going to get help, that chapter is over. We are tracing at scale every person in the country who is abusing children, who is trafficking children, and who is a part of such organized economic crimes, and using artificial intelligence to actually trace the money. And lastly, what is going to be unveiled today is the first step, the first stage. This is chapter 1 of India's path to global leadership on child protection through the use of technology. And when I say global leadership, I am simply saying because of the sheer numbers that we deal with. No other reason. The child protection ecosystem in India houses over 400,000 children in childcare institutions. There are several million children who are in need of care and protection. These prototypes are going to trace, track, follow up on each one of those children. The AI prototypes that you are going to be seeing today are going to guide child protection agencies like child welfare committees, special juvenile police units, juvenile justice boards, child marriage prohibition officers, support persons in child sexual abuse cases. Every child protection agency is going to be guided by a standardized, scaled up model using technology and artificial intelligence, and every single child is going to be traced, tracked, and protected before 2030 in India. That is the foundation, and that is also the platform for a Viksit Bharat of 2047. Our Prime Minister has said that what is the one model from India to the world? using AI, using technology, that is going to be the groundbreaking, the path-breaking, the pioneer tool. And ladies and gentlemen, what I present to you today here, what I share with you today here is that groundbreaking pioneer tool which is going to not only showcase but establish that crimes against children can be ended, impunity against children can be ended, child marriage can be eliminated, child trafficking can be stopped, and technology is the way. We created policies, we created institutions, we created communities and participations, we created the knowledge base, we created, converted data into information, information into knowledge, knowledge into wisdom, wisdom into practice, and practice into consciousness and culture. That is something that is the journey that we have started today. And therefore, with that ecosystem approach, this new era of technology is going to monitor all our work, it is going to guide all our work, it is going to dispassionately tell us whether we are on the right path or not, and above all else, it is going to prevent and protect before we prosecute. So, our theory of prevention before protection, protection before prosecution, and prosecution to create the deterrence for prevention, and prevention to prevent recidivism, prevention to ensure rehabilitation, all of those principles can be seen in just one tool here, which you are going to be witnessing. I congratulate each one of you once again. I thank each one of you once again. And I really look forward to all of us working together to make this dream a reality. From the journey of a child before the child is exploited towards from zero to abuse or exploitation, and post abuse and exploitation, from forensic labs to support persons to, again I am repeating, child marriage prohibition officers. Each one of the people is going to be guided by these tools, and I hope that all of you come together and contribute in making this a huge success. Thank you once again, and thank you for the organizers, with just one thing, that if we fail to protect our children today, nothing else we do in life matters tomorrow. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your powerful address. And we are very confident that technology is the way to combat the crimes against children. We now have with us a very special address by our guest of honor, Shri Lavu Krishna ji. He is the Honorable Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha, and the convener of MPs for Children. He recently introduced the Private Member Bill to strengthen the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act 2006. He's one of the most active parliamentarians we have today, who is working tirelessly to advance the rights of children and women in our country. Thank you, sir, for joining. We'll have your address. You are in mute, sir. If you could unmute.
Yes, now.
We are not able to hear you, sir.
Sir, is it audible now?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Distinguished delegates, ladies from technology, civil society, academia, and industry, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to join you at this important pre-summit dialogue ahead of the India AI Impact Summit. This forum brings together innovation, governance, and social responsibility at a moment when technology is reshaping every aspect of our lives. I am honored to address you as a member of parliament and as a convener and for children coming to strengthen child protection outcomes across the country. I congratulate you. It was a great presentation given by Mr. Bhuvan and the team at the Just Rights for Children for the leadership in placing child safety, especially online safety, at the center of the AI conversation. This legal and grassroots interventions, including the Just Rights for Children versus Harish judgment, has strengthened enforcement against online exploitation and are already influencing how child protection laws are implemented on the ground. Artificial intelligence is no longer a future promise. It is a present reality. It shapes how we learn, govern, work, and increasingly how our children engage with. Our responsibility as lawmakers and stakeholders is not only to harness economic growth, but to ensure it strengthens a just, inclusive, and humane society. For the last week or so, we have been seeing what's been happening on the grok, and there are good things that with the grok, but at the same time, what can happen wrongly on the X and on the grok, we could see for the last 1 week or 10 days. So I think as every stakeholder sitting here, we need to think through this, because India stands at a unique intersection of scale and opportunity, with one of the world's youngest population and a rapid expanding digital ecosystem. The choice we make today will define how technology serves our people decades. Under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, India has consistently articulated a vision of technology as a force for social good, one that empowers the last mile and remains anchored in democratic values. Children are among the most active users and of the digital platforms, yet among the least from technological risks. While AI is opening new possibilities in education and healthcare, it is also being misused to enable online exploitation, trafficking networks, child marriage facilitating, and the creation of harmful digital content at scale. India has strong child protection laws and committed institutions, yet many systems remain reactive by design. Intervention often begins after harm has occurred, when social, psychological, and economic costs are high and often irreversible. This is where artificial intelligence can be transformative. AI allows us to move from reaction to prevention. Briefly, as just mentioned, we have closely listened to him about various ways this can be prevented before it can happen. AI allows us to move from reaction to prevention, from documenting harm to predicting risk. Patterns of child vulnerability linked to geography, migration, school attendance, and socio-economic condition already exist across fragmented data systems. It's time we bring all of this together and give the enforcement people who has to enforce real-time data so that they actually act on it. AI can connect these dots, generate early warnings, sleep interventions before harm can occur. Such systems do not replace human judgment, they strengthen it, because prevention is not merely a technological upgrade, it is morally imperative. The challenge before us demand collaboration between government, technologists, civil society, academia, and communities. Ultimately, the true measure of our technological progress will be our ability to protect the most vulnerable. A nation that safeguards its children, both offline and online, is a nation securing its future. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you, sir, for your address. Political will definitely makes the right choices and help us combat this crime of children together. We now have the special address by Shri Jitin Prasada, the Minister of State, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. He'll formally bless us for the event, and we have his address.
Honorable dignitaries, Shri Bhuvan Ribuji, esteemed guests, especially the young people and children. We live in a world where technology powers our imagination and provides new avenues for growth. Artificial intelligence is reshaping and permeating all aspects of society, including childhood. AI is now present across all sectors, from healthcare to education to agriculture to defense. Today, it serves people across geographic, languages, and income levels, ensuring that technology empowers the last mile and the last person. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, India is committed to using AI for social good as an enabler and a multiplier. We see AI as the most powerful when it's inclusive by design, open by default, and trusted by citizens, and guided by the principle Sarjan Hitay, Sarjan Sukhai. That means welfare for all and happiness for all, motto of the India AI Impact Summit in February. The true measure of progress, including digital and technological, lies in the ability to protect the most vulnerable. Children represent our future. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that digital world they are in and will inherit is safe, inclusive, and empowering. I am pleased to know that the Just Rights for Children is launching the AI-enabled child safety technology for prosperity, empowerment, and protection. Raksha Tools. Raksha embodies protection, trust, and care for children. It encapsulates the values of safeguarding children, ensuring a strengthened child protection ecosystem. I congratulate the Just Rights of our Children taking the responsibility head-on and organizing this consultation to bring a dynamic and diverse range of stakeholders for a constructive deliberation on using AI and technology for safe and prosperous today and future of our children. Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology remains committed to fostering an ecosystem that promotes innovation built on trusted, inclusive, and responsible and social good. AI application and solutions. The India AI Impact Summit in February will be defining opportunity to ensure that digital progress bridges divides, empowers societies, and reinforces human dignity, and reaffirm India's readiness to work with all nations to build an inclusive digital future where no one is left behind. I wish this conference productive and insightful deliberations and every success in advancing critical discussion on AI and child safety. Thank you. Jai Hind.
We thank him for acknowledging that children is a collective responsibility and acknowledging the work Just Rights for Children has been doing for years now. With this, we have one sec. We'll now showcase the tool, Raksha, that we've been all waiting for.
So this is the Raksha child protection tool, digital safety for children, Raksha AI, technology for prosperity, empowerment and protection that the Honorable Minister Sir just spoke about and that we are unveiling. We'll just give you a snapshot of what it is. We have, and we will speak in detail in the breakout sessions. As Bhuvanji mentioned, child trafficking, child marriage, and CSEAM. These are the three buckets under which this tool is placed. This, we will in detail discuss how we have worked on this tool and what it aims to do. This is just a snapshot before we break for tea.
Thank you. With that snapshot, we'll just break for tea. And we'll all be here at 11:30 again for the breakout sessions. Thank you.
लेटर मुझे लगा अभी चला के दिखाएंगे ना सर आई थिंक हमें इसे कनेक्ट कर देना चाहिए चार्जर से
अभी मैं करूँगी ना, इसी सेशन में होगा ये।
नहीं मैं कहता हूँ इसको चार्जर से कनेक्ट कर देते हैं लैपटॉप को
हाँ। So ये basically जब हम tool present करेंगे ना, so when we will show the analytics tool कहाँ है? So when we show this, we'll show like this. Yeah, and then we'll show this predictive AI में. हाँ. Let's say.
प्रेजेंटेशन के बंद कर दूँ मैं
नहीं बंद मत करो अभी, 1 मिनट। मैं वही एग्जाम्पल देखना चाह रही थी। 12
नीचे में वो बटन दिया है
नहीं सबमिट नहीं हुआ।
नहीं सबमिट हुआ वो टाइम लेगा प्रोसेसिंग में वो 5 सेकंड का बफर लेगा उसके बाद वो वेट करेगा इट विल टेक सम टाइम तब तक आप ये करने के बाद थोड़ा कुछ बोलिएगा उसके बाद जब तक वो प्रेडिक्ट करके यहाँ पे जूम बन जाएगा पहले ये प्रोबेबिलिटी दिखाएगा उसके बाद वो जूम
यहाँ से बच्चा यहाँ ही पास के 2 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में
ये
ही
2 और ये
districts which is all within one is in Bihar and all the rest of the 2 are in
और ये कंपैरिजन है कि वो मैं बता रहा हूँ जो लोकेशन मिला है डेस्टिनेशन अभी तक कितने लड़का बच्चा वहाँ पे मिला है टोटल और कितने लड़की बच्चे वहाँ पे मिला है ठीक है उसका कंपैरिजन है वहाँ पे और इस कौन से एज ग्रुप के बच्चे इन तीनों रीजन में सबसे ज़्यादा मिले हैं ये स्टैटिस्टिक वो होता है यहाँ पे और भी एक चीज़ है दिखा सकते हो
पॉवर्टी रिस्क जोन से खा। हाँ ये दिखाना था ना।
ठीक है
हाँ ये
भी दिखा सकते हैं हम लोग
हाँ।
क्लिक करेंगे तो यार नॉर्मली बंद रखता हूँ मैं इसको क्योंकि वो ठीक है और इसके बाद चाइल्ड मैरिज पे आ जाते हैं चाइल्ड मैरिज में जूम करेंगे थोड़ा तो दिख जाएगा
हाँ चाइल्ड मैरिज पे मुझे दिखाना है।
हर अलग अलग जगह का क्या क्या रीजंस है वो यहाँ पे दिख जाएगा
ये जूम पे भी दिखाएंगे लोगों को ना तो इसको जूम पे डालना पड़ेगा क्योंकि नहीं लोग ऑनलाइन वाले नहीं देख पाएंगे
दिखाओ
तो हम अभी कर लेंगे लैपटॉप चाहिए था खाली ये कर देगा ये पे जूम डालना हाँ इसी में
व्हाट्सएप में आप लिंक भेज दीजिए ना
इसी में व्हाट्सएप पे लिंक भेज दीजिए मुझे
और चार्ज पे लगा दो।
हाँ सर मैम, और ये लास्ट में हमारा AI vulnerability था, और मैम ये इस तरीके से होगा
कौन सा वाला डालूं? मुजफ्फरपुर वाला कौन सा वाला?
कहाँ पे डालें?
सर्च which
रांची काके एज 5 ये लाइव डेटा है।
वो रांची कहाँ पे आता है?
रांची आता है झारखंड।
जी जी
इसको काके काके
जी।
Thank you so much.
So over to Priyanka ji.
Thank you, everybody, and for coming in today for the launch and the product display of Raksha AI product tools. The link. So this AI summit is actually riddled with malfunctions in technology. ये plug करना है. Somebody took off the plug here.
मैं कर देता हूँ।
हो गया बस. तो चलिए ये आ गया अब और एको भी आ गई है. So, what is Raksha? Raksha is our product suite of digital safety for children. And what is Raksha? Raksha, as the word in Hindi, means protection. It's Raksha, protecting children. And this tool that we have envisaged here has the power of the GIS, remote sensing, and AI, artificial intelligence, to predict, protect, and prevent crimes against children at the right time and at the right place. That's what Raksha is about. As I will take you through this presentation, you will see how we are doing this prediction. Protection is what we do, how we actually go out and track, trace, help every child. And the ultimate objective is to prevent crimes from happening, prevent crimes against children from happening before they take place. This is a product suite that has been developed by Just Rights for Children, as Raviji mentioned, which is a partnership of more than 250 civil society organizations. Their hard work, their presence on the ground, at the grassroots, helping each child, getting us the data points, is the backbone of this tool. The Center for Legal Action and Behavior Change for Children has collaborated with India Child Protection and with the support of the experts from University of Jawaharlal Nehru University, Dr. Rakesh Arya and Dr. Soumitra Das of University of Bardhaman, the AI experts, to come out with this tool. So what the content is, what is the crisis that our children are facing, the challenge that we have, our mission in protecting children, the data foundation, the architecture, the technology use, how does it work in real time? What does Raksha mean in real time in protecting children? And of course, our limitations and potential solutions and future directions. The urgent crisis, as we all know, but I will take a minute to explain, is according to National Crime Records Bureau, more than 77,000 registered crimes against children have been noted for 2023. That's data for 2022, that means. we are working to protect children that are here. 45% of those crimes are kidnapping and abduction, remain a primary threat category. And as Bhuvanji in his opening address mentioned, 1 in 4 girls in India are married before 18 years of age. We have a substantial chunk of the global problem, which means we have to come up with solutions that address this substantial chunk. The problem is traditional enforcement has been reactive. When a crime has happened, you go in and undo the damage. It focuses on what has happened. It does not prevent a crime from happening, which is at the core value of Raksha, prevent the crime from happening. The challenge is beyond GIS and statistics. Why is AI essential? So we know that what the railway maps of India are. We have the districts, we have statistics, we can do modeling, we can do analysis to come out with analytics. But they are riddled with some limitations. They are static, they have historical counts. They do not they are not yet able to prevent. They are reactive, they are incomplete because they are based on data that has been reported or not on data that will happen. The advantage of AI is it has the ability to look at large volumes of data to be able to predict, even in low reporting areas, even where there is data scarcity. We can deploy multiple factor learning for complex relationship to including caste, location, education, health quantiles, wealth quantiles. We can look at access to roadways, we can look at access to mobile phones, we can look at a range of data to factor into our models. It's proactive. Like I mentioned, it is addressed towards preventing crimes at the right place at the right time. That is where we are using this. Our mission for Raksha is prosperity for every child, empowerment of every child, and protection of every child. Why have we turned it upside down instead of protection, empowerment, and prosperity? Is we are putting in the ultimate goal of every child reaching her full potential, ensuring that prevention is at the core of our work and building it backwards. Prosperity of all children, empowerment of children who lack a voice, agency, protection of children who have been harmed. That's how we're looking at it. The 5-pronged objective of Raksha currently is to track children who enter into child protection system. Every CWC, every SJPU, every CMPO, everywhere that the child comes in contact with the government institution, social protection system, empowerment mechanism. It geographically predicts which communities and individuals are at the highest risk. It supports frontline workers and local law enforcement agencies with actionable insights. It is driven to strengthen government and civil society coordination. At the end of the day, we as civil society organizations work to create models that are scaled by the government or capture problems at the highest prevalence rates, at the highest peak incidences, and support systems that do not, and create support systems that ensure last mile delivery and to get to the last child. The outcome is to ensure every child receives protection, education, social services, and for, again, the core objective of prosperity, empowerment, and protection of every child. I have done this, so I'm not going to look at it. It's, again, coordinating data, and this Geo AI is a child protection intelligence system that integrates multi-agency data. It includes data from the Just Rights partners. It has it has cases of more than 52,666 child trafficked victims. It has more than 300,000 cases of child marriages that have been prevented. It generates dynamic village-level heat maps of risks using our data, and layered on other socioeconomic, demographic, and geospatial indicators. It is aimed to equip us and law enforcement agencies with real-time insights to focus on prevention and response, and overall, to strengthen the child protection ecosystem through an API integration with platforms such as Track the Missing Child, which is our final and ultimate goal on this. The methodology and approach is in 3 buckets: data integration, AI and predictive modeling, geospatial analytics, and heat map generation. The tool currently unifies data from past incidences, which is from the JRC repository, as well as from other partners, crimes and welfare data sets, academic studies, publicly available demographic and economic indicators, remote sensing and GIS data integration. So it overlays railways, transportations, land use, land patterns, climate, and others as part of the data integration packet. For the AI and predictive modeling, the platform has a machine learning model which is trained on historical case data to identify predictors of risks, to support automated insights, case summarization, and decision support. It is a deterministic model. It determines and calculates vulnerability scores. And the final is geospatial analytics and heat maps, which is the dashboard which will produce village-level vulnerability profiles, network maps of trafficking patterns and movement. Socioeconomic overlays show triggering indicators such as poverty, school dropouts, migration, wealth, household income, economic participation, access to services, to generate these dynamic heat maps. The data foundation, as I mentioned, socioeconomic, educational, demographic, and infrastructure. If you want, we can go in depth into this, but I will move forward right now. And I can show you how it is layered when I present the tool. The core technologies that we have used are, the spatial foundation is based on a PostgreSQL with a GIS extension, which is the brain behind the location mapping. It has an AI machine learning layer, which has route prediction, spatiotemporal risk modeling, and weighted shortest path algorithms. Now, for those of you who are tech experts and AI experts, you know what it means, and we can explain to you in detail these as well. The third is the middle structure, which is the bridge between the data and the interface using the GeoServer and the fast API microservices, which is where you can see the data, which leads to the front end and visualization, which is where, as a human, when I input a certain data or I input a certain query to the model, it is designed to throw a certain output, which is data intuitive and features dynamic mapping and analytics widget. So how does this actually work? It's a lot of complex tech jargon, but how does it actually work? I'll show this static map for you. So this map is actually based on our child marriages intervention, which are FIRs and GD entries only. So this is where our data shows where FIRs and GD entries were created, where prosecution was undertaken on child marriage cases. So this is what it shows here. This is what it shows when we have child marriage cases which are overlaid with FIRs, GD entries, injunctions by the magistrate, orders of the child welfare committees, where we have as well as where we have prevented. So the greens and the yellows are actually where we have prevented child marriages before they actually take place, through persuasion, through undertaking of parents. And I will go in depth on this. This is how the Raksha model looks like when we open the child trafficking. We can actually see where a child is missing from. And I will dynamically show that to you. So what it does is, it is a AI-based probabilistic child tracing system which finds a lost child using manual assumptions and the basic nearest district logic. The AI solution is based on the rescue data of children, the movement patterns of traffickers, and it prioritizes search for probabilistic map layers. So it shows where within a map where a child is missing. So it will give, let's say, a couple of locations like this here. On the left, you will see probability for a child missing in Ranchi district of Jharkhand, in Kanke, a child age 5 who's kidnapped, a female from OBC Hindu, child was not attending school. Now where will the child be based on our modeling? Latehar, then and Kanke, within Kanke as well, Baikunthpur in Chhattisgarh. So these are like the closest nearby locations where the child will be, is likely to be found. Please note that this is not, what it does, it predicts a likelihood of a certain phenomena. So let's say with the district, Latehar has a highest probabilistic destination, while district Baikunthpur will be the second probability. Now, this is how we have used the model. We have data processing and validation of 52,666 rows, which means cases of children trafficked, across 97 columns, which means 97 variables. Of these, 31 were input features that we used in our model. We cleaned the data. We managed to get 52,056 final clean data to do this. We encoded it. Then we validated the data using an 80-20 split, which is the standard for AI training, 80% for training the model and 20% to test the model. I can give you all the details here. We used XGBoost as the model. We used extra trace, random forest, decision tree, logistic regression, and you can see here what are our accuracy, the prediction rate, the recall, the scores, and the loss, which is the error for all of these. Any questions? Or I can go and you can ask questions at the end. So what, as I mentioned, what I showed earlier was it's an AI-based risk-prone child trafficking heat map. It shows when a child is missing or reported missing, where will the child be found? And the blocks are categorized as low, medium, and high risk to ensure preventive action before exploitation takes place. The risk scores are between 0 and 1. This model, again, uses the algorithm DB-scan isolation forest, and that's the algorithm framework for this. How have we done this? We've used 22 variables here to make our prediction. When using data of children who themselves are a vulnerable category, the risks are far more. With AI, ethics and transparency is very important for us. So we have ensured that they adhere to the industry gold standards on ethical EI and transparency with the Shapely Addictive Explantation quantitative framework, quantifying framework, which is how and why AI makes each prediction. It looks at accountability, interpreting the risks for scores to specific socioeconomic factors that we have trained the model on as humans. That's our human intelligence feeding into the AI to drive this. We ensure that the system is transparent and meets the ethical standards for policy justification and use. At the end of the day, we are child protection experts. Our first responsibility is towards children, and ensuring responsible AI for children is at the forefront of this. So from reactive to preventive is the prime objective of Raksha. It's predictive intelligence at block level to ensure predictions that protect and prevent crimes against children, for which are actionable, strategic action, which leads to action, actionable intelligence, and are ethical and transparent. Of course, it's not a foolproof model. We are presenting a concept here. The concept has its limitation, locational accuracy. Our data we need more robust locations. We have to ensure regular and rigorous cleaning of our data, ensure data uniqueness. And we are trying to do this by ensuring better data resolution, incorporating deeper machine learning as well as deep learning modules for better results. And I will now present the dynamic. So this is how Raksha looks like. This is the dashboard that we have. Its scale of vulnerability, it is prevention by design, it is system level intelligence, and of course with our colleagues in Telangana Cyber and the Maharashtra Cyber and others, we're looking at AI-enabled detection of online child sexual exploitative and abuse material, which is not shown in this Raksha for the very obvious reasons. So I will show this to you. This is based on the traffickers' data, or traffickers' data of how many data points? Approximately traffickers' data is 100,000 traffickers' data, and it shows the origin and destination of the child victims. It also shows where the destination points are, where the origin points are, the children by gender, the trafficker profile, where the most of the traffickers are functioning. The first is, so if I have the analytics of, let's say, a trafficker functioning in Ranchi, what are the potential transport railway stations that the trafficker will be working out of? We also have train timetables integrated into this to show if the trafficking incident was reported in the morning or in the afternoon. These are the trains that are going to go through this, and these are the, let's say, the 4 trains that the trafficker would likely be. This direction the trafficker is going to go, based on the destination, where the child would be likely to be going towards, and then that we are using already with our work with the Railway Protection Force to identify railway stations where the teams, victim assistance teams of JRC and the RPF move and find the traffickers and rescue the children. So if I say here, where a case, and I will go to, let's say, Jharkhand and Ranchi, and the same case, how does it look like on the map? Kake, and this is the case of a 5-year-old girl who was rescued because we could identify the location where the girl would be missing from. And so as we input all the data here, give me a minute, it takes a little bit of time to run the analytics at the background. It shows you where would the child possibly be found. And it is a possibility, it is not a certainty. So it shows on the map, so that's the use of GIS remote sensing overlays here. It shows what the districts are where the child is likely to be found. Like I have already mentioned, Latehar, Baikuntpur, or Kake, with Latehar as the maximum probability. And when the team was deployed, the child was rescued from Latehar. So it takes a while. You can imagine the data that we have in the background, 3 lakh data, he says, Rakesh, Dr. Arya, and 3 lakh data. And so what our 3 lakh data shows is where our interventions have happened. So this analytics dashboard uses the existing data using some statistics to give this information in a dashboard, and then the reasons for child marriages that are here, the state-wise presence of our partners and their intervention, who have made the intervention and where have they made the intervention, and the AI vulnerability score here, which we are working on, and which is something that we are currently, it shows the state-wise vulnerability, the district-wise vulnerability, as well as the block-wise vulnerability. It is currently based on our existing data. So it's yet to be in a predictive model, and we're working to fine-tune this right now, and we will. So as I said, we've been working on it for a while. There are challenges, but it's work in progress, and I believe as technology and AI systems are currently, every day we have to upgrade and update ourselves and build better systems, more responsive systems. So this, in long and short, is the Raksha tool. For obvious reasons, I'm not presenting the CCIM one here right now for discussion. So thank you very much, and if you have questions, please let me know. And I have my colleagues here who should be given a round of applause for the work as well. Ramneek also come. Ramneek, Dr. Arya, and Dr. Das. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. If there are questions.
Please, if you have any questions from this incredible presentation by Priyanka ji, you can ask. Anyone?
From the dais, if there are questions.
Anyone from the dais? You will comment when you speak. Okay. So, no questions.
Thank you so very much. उससे समझ आता है कि किसी को या तो सब कुछ समझ आ गया है, कुछ भी नहीं समझ आ रहा है.
So it is because this is something new which we are looking into. Though we have been using at Just Rights, we have been using data, real-time data, but this is something new which we are now using AI. And this Raksha tool, I think, will go a long way ahead in preventing crimes against children. The strength of JRC, the Just Rights for Children, the strength, and what the government, what we are adding value to the government is that government data comes in NCRB after a long time. But JRC, with its strength of 438 district intervention and 300 plus partners, we are bringing in real-time data. We are bringing in real-time data and helping the government to prevent these crimes, as Priyanka ji rightly said, preventing crimes before they happen. The immense amount of data which is getting generated, and let me tell you, this is intervention, these are all data, every data is story of a child, and every data presented here is story of partners' interventions in very remote districts of the country, and this is flowing into the Raksha. So the immense strength of our interventions is flowing into the Raksha portal, and that is going to help us. Also, we have to understand, as India readies for the AI summit, which is coming in the next week, this is something which is going to be path-breaking, because JRC thought about children, and this model is something which delegates in the international summit need to also look into it, because it's incredible. I think in no country such real-time data from real-time interventions has been collected. We have to also understand that criminals are now getting intelligent, smart, and tech-savvy. And we are seeing this in crimes against in trafficking cases, in CCIM cases, and in child marriage cases. It is so widespread, and the community thinks that it happens, that we are in a situation where hundreds and thousands of girls are in imminent risk of child marriage. So this real-time data is going to help us in all our intervention plans. Our colleague, yesterday we were speaking, Bidhan Chandra Singh ji from the global campaigns and Bal Vivah Mukt Bharat campaign, we were talking about a campaign which we are going to launch in the coming 10 days. And he was telling that we should do it in more places where it is more getting reported real time. So Bidhanji, this is something which we can also build in our campaigns. The AI model can build in our campaign to strengthen the initiatives where it is much needed. So now I would like to call our next panelist and to continue this discussion on this incredible presentation and incredible work from JRC and C-Lab. To continue this presentation, I invite Mr. Vijay Bhalaki from Athena Infonomics, who have been also our partner for a long time. So over to you, Vijay ji.
Thank you so much, Ravikanji, and appreciate the invite, and such an honor to be here with you all. I did have quite a few questions and ideas to just sort of probe into, but I'd probably reserve that for a more focused dialogue on the Raksha application. But in short, fabulous effort, fabulous effort to have really built such a powerful impact use case, and that's probably the differentiator that we bring, right, as a country, when we talk about democratizing AI uptake, when we talk about impact use case sort of discovery and implementation, we're truly in the forefront. And organizations such as JRC, which are leading the charge, particularly in such an important I would say, generational challenge that we are confronting in front of us. So, I'd probably start with like a couple of high-level framing thoughts, and then maybe suggest some areas where an institution like JRC can definitely take the charge and continue to sort of be the flag bearer. And I'm also very appreciative that the ministry has facilitated this dialogue. As a run-up to the summit, I think this is precisely what India is doing, which is very different from the way kind of AI adoption is taking, on in other parts of the world. We're truly kind of like building this grassroots sort of a momentum on how AI can truly be leveraged for really valuable and impactful ideas. So on that note, so there are two broad streams when you think about AI, right? One is how do we deal with this generational technology in terms of building resilience, building sort of sustainability, also kind of winning the agency debate. And this kind of strikes quite personally to me because, as a dad to a Gen Alpha kid, I kind of encounter this whole sort of digital debate personally at home, right? I would think of myself as a digital native generation, or at least a quasi-digital native generation. Definitely, Gen Alpha is an AI native generation, and probably Gen Beta that is coming up next is AGI native generation. You don't know how this is gonna go, but at least that's the trajectory. So as a Gen Alpha dad, when I think about the quantum of mind space, the quantum of even temporal space that is dedicated to digital time, by kids today, it freaks you out because that's not how you grew up, right? Like that's not the kind of the growth sort of curve that you've seen early on. So what does this mean? So, and what are they really exposed to while they're on that digital space? And is there a serious agency challenge here, right? And when I talk about agency challenge, I'm also talking about little things, not just criminal sort of challenges, but also little agency challenges in terms of doing homework with AI, right? Kind of being absorbed into this whole AI sort of linked social engagement, who you get to be friends with, who do you talk to, how often do you talk to, what do you talk to them about? All of this is some sense pre-coded and pre-sort of, led by AI, and in a long, and this is kind of done deliberately, right? Like this is the world that we're living in, big tech often has reasons and incentives and strategic kind of objectives to kind of structure the ecosystem for kids to, spend more time there and be exposed to AI in different ways. But is this really a battle that you can fight? The agency debate battle, can you really fight it and like, sort of confront it in a way where you can change the course of this tide? Probably no, right? It's already here, it's already kind of being assimilated too fast. So what do you do there? So I think that's one stream. One stream is all around safeguards, educate, evaluate, enforce. So all the different ideas and all the different applications, whether these are private applications, public applications, government endorsed applications, pure private sector applications, community-led applications, whatever those are, foundational models or applied models, whatever they are, they need to kind of really go through those three stages of, you know, educating yourself what exactly is this sort of set up to do, building evaluative guardrails around those applications, both in the public sphere as well as the private sphere, as well as enforcing. You know, institutions like JRC are there to like ensure that the law is not just playing catch up, but it's actually out there proactively protecting and supporting. So that's the channel of safeguards. The other channel I would say is the channel of leveraging, the channel of really sort of using this transformational technology in ways exactly like what Raksha AI application is doing, right? So you're not just playing defense, but you're also playing offense in some sense. Use the same technology to kind of like, you know, create solutions which probably weren't feasible just a few years ago. So this is definitely a very, very interesting and probably a generationally important kind of a phase that we're all in. And this particular model, which JRC ICP is kind of leading right in the front, I would kind of call it the CPP model, right? Like community, public, private model. And we need this to be more visible. We need to kind of really elevate the stature of this initiative so many more such channels and fora can be created. But overall, very, very exciting, and thanks much.
Thank you, Vijayji, for really looking into this AI Raksha tool, and also we look also forward for your suggestion, as you rightly said. Since this tool is, though we have been using it for a long period of time, but once it has now been crystallized, it will have certain issues, and we look forward for all questions, specifically questions on this, also suggestions. And as you said that you are going to provide that, please do. So I will now request our next speaker, Dr. Gaurav Agarwal, professor from Galgotia University, to kindly share his thoughts on this Raksha AI.
Thank you, sir. Firstly, I'm really fortunate to be here as one of the panelists. And my first observation is, I'm really thankful to the JRC to come up with such an innovation. But we all used to say it's a tool. I suggest it's not a tool, it's a solution. What my point is, whenever I'm into a discussions of AI, we move towards a technology, right? But in my opinion, AI is a technology, but we are using it knowingly or unknowingly. If I'm talking about India, approx 95% of our people are today using this AI. I can give you a few examples. We are using Google Maps for the navigation purpose. It's AI. When we are talking about YouTube Reels, Instagrams, you get a suggestions. That's a recommender videos. It's again an AI. So we are into an age of AI. But the AI is data driven. As ma'am very clearly said during her presentation, ma'am is having around 3 lakhs of the rows with 71 columns. So as in tech savvy of AI, this is a data size you are having. the more the data you are having, the better the results you can generate. Because you use a model of 18-20% in the Raksha. We are having one more model that we called it as K cross-fold validation models. We can work over that too. At the same time, when I'm talking on the perspective, I can give you an example because I'm into an engineering domain from almost like 23 years and teaching the engineering students. I got a chance to review a AI-driven model that detects the online child sexual abusive material. Believe me, the technology was really good. It has having a very good accuracy as well. But when we demonstrate the same model to one of an NGOs, the ground worker raised a concern over it. And that concern is, if an alarm is there at around 3 a.m. in the morning, who is going to handle it? What's next? We are creating a models, it's really good, but we have to deal it whether it's available 24/7. Because when we're talking about an alarming situation, it's irrespective of the timings. Then it's really a question for me as well. As we are developing a lot of models in our universities using AI, but that all models are data driven, ma'am. My second observation is, if the educators are here in this room, they may agree with my view. During a semester, around mid of the semesters, we are able to identify that whether a student is going to pass or fail. How? It's only a prediction. And that's depend upon experiences. So in AI, we called it as learning. So what are the points on which a faculty member has to predict whether a student is going to be dropped out or not? They may be fall in the attendance. Certainly, students stop answering the questions, submission of the assignments. These are some signals, and these signals just required an attention. So what AI did? AI did is simply give you a chance for an attention. If we attend anything before it happens, then we can save our child. So, if we are delaying in any action, here in AI, delay means damage, and damage means harm. So, AI, with the help of an AI, we have to build such a system that it should be preventive. It should be child-centric. When I am saying child-centric, it should be empower the children's. It should be prevention, not the punishment. Because if we're going to implement any such system in any of the societies, then the society may against it. Because there is a myth in a society, AI is going to replace humans, but not. AI is just to help you out in a scale manner. As addressed in the inauguration session, very truly said, if I'm looking as an AI perspective, I seen AI is SSP. And for me, SSP is scale, speed, and precision. If we work on these three factors over an AI, surely we will have a very bright future related to an AI. So I can say AI is a tool, yeah, but if we use it with the proper data sets, it becomes a solution. if we collaborate, the governance, the policymakers, the academicians, the industrialists, surely it will give us a chance to come up with the better solutions. That's all for the starting purpose. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Dhanyavad, Dr. Gaurav. Rightly said that though we have we will have preventive models, but we certainly need to do institutional building for responding to preventive mechanisms. At JRC, we work at scale with entire child protection mechanisms across the country. We work to strengthen district level ecosystems, and we are focusing on strengthening institutional mechanisms. So that is what our strength is. And that is why we are able to work at such a scale, because of the large strength of our partners as well as the strength of our policy work we do on strengthening mechanisms. Very nice suggestions actually, and certainly scale, speed and precision, and also for solutions. Certainly these are very good food for thought. I would now invite our last speaker, Mr. Peter Borges, who is the ex-chairperson of SCPCR Goa, who will share his thought on this solution, as rightly pointed out by Dr. Gaurav.
Hello. Thank you so much. I'm very pleased to be here. In fact, when the presentation was going on, I was trying to figure out whether Goa is in there. But nonetheless, I was seriously looking at the presentation and looking at those words: reactive, proactive, predictive. I'm reminded of many young people in this room might not know the incident that happened in Goa in 1991. We had this Freddie Pitts case, and that's the time when over 2,500 nude photographs of children were recovered from an orphanage where Mr. Freddie Pitts was running. And that was a big eye-opener for the whole country. We didn't have any laws, dealing with child abuse when it comes to photographs and things like that. And even the way they were circulating, over a decade they were circulated. And that was the turning point in Goa, and we came up with a state legislation. What we are discussing today was already in our act in 2003. Online photographs and everything, we discussed that that time. And I'm saying that today when we talk about harm caused to our children, I am reminded that it is hybrid, it's offline and online also. So our responses should be tailored to that. Another thing which worries me is I basically trying to get the lived experiences because I'm not a tech expert, but how this thing, the speed and the volume, the speed at which harm is created and the volume, that's something when we have a systems like this where AI comes into, escalating this becomes, and getting a quick response is something which advantage which I see, because when I'm reminded of Goa, like the exploitation, I think we should take seriously even the volume now. Especially we don't have evidence in a small state like Goa. Even I'm trying to understand as a SCPCR chairperson and now as a professor in Goa University, I'm trying to get the data. I'm very happy that a lot of data is collated and you are already, creating solution, but the availability, the evidence is missing. Like, we don't, when we ask Goa police, we don't have CSAM data or the tip line report, or we don't even, as civil society organization, we don't even have that. So when this type of data become available, I think, and we come up with solutions like this, it really, the response look very promising. So that's is one of my first thought. My ground level experience also suggests that a lot of peer-to-peer abuse is becoming common. I don't know whether we witness that in other states, but we see that in our state a lot of cases, because the people who abuse are just in 15, 16, like among themselves also the abuse, the kind of abuse happening, even very heinous kinds of offenses we see there. So if that could be integrated and somehow we could discuss that also. Now also one more thing which is, I don't know whether it is there in the trauma, because the response is not quick, and the trauma which we witness in the survivors is we don't have trauma informed care or professionals who have been trained in that, to deliver that kind of psychosocial support during that time. So either we have to create that system or escalate, or get maybe through AI models, create a quick response. So these are my initial thoughts, sir.
Dhanyabad, Peter ji. Thank you, Mr. Peter Borges. Certainly nice suggestions. So we have now reached to the conclusion of this presentation and session. I think we must be having a lot of questions. Does anyone from the audience has any question? Yes, please. Mic jara de dijiyega. Okay. Yes, you please.
For such a detailed presentation on this. For you have a small question, like you showcased us that there was this one case in the district of Jhansi where you were able to identify and locate. So now my question is to the builders of the tool of, to quote Dr. Gaurav, the solution is that once you are receiving this positive aspect of your solution, okay, the practical positivity, are you feeding it back to the system for the increased or enhanced the enhanced specificity of it? Is it being done?
Actually, ma'am, we will feed once again when we have got another 50,000 of data.
Okay.
Now it is trained on 50,000 of data. When we reach another 50,000, then it will be again trained.
Okay.
It's
So,
like that.
Yeah, because as the tech experts over here has emphasized on it, the concept of relearning.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
When data comes, it will be trained once again.
Yeah, coming from the education background once again. So we have this one concept that we have in for the teachers specifically is that unlearn and relearn. So if we are getting like these positive aspects, you're getting the solutions, you're getting the positive outcomes of your solution that you have built. And if that again is fed back into the system, it will actually enhance the specificity of the future cases in the prediction model.
Yes, yes.
Okay, because when you are inputting it up to the level of the caste, the education level, okay, when you are going up to that level, the prediction analysis is enhanced with the positive outcome. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So one of the reasons why we have paused our child marriage data set is because we're waiting actually because it's built on past data, let's say. We have our active 3 lakh cases, which is the active case that we have. But a lot of the health statistics, a lot of the income statistics is also old data. 2 data sets we're actually really looking forward to is census data. The other is the NFHS data, which will make the child marriage solution more robust, because it then looks at data from the current system. It unlearns everything that it has done, which is what our current model is, and then relearns using a newer data set. So that's why we didn't go in depth into it, because we're actually what we realized is what we are seeing is something that would have been real for now or in the past. It will, let's say in 2027, it will not predict accurately or as accurately the condition of a vulnerable child who's at risk of marriage, because the demographics has changed, the health behavior has changed, the income profiles have changed. So, point very well taken. It's designed to unlearn and relearn. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. And now just to ask, just to build on what Peter ji just said about a small state and not having the evidences. Okay, the solution that you have built up is definitely going to be a predictive model for providing investigative aid. Coming from the forensic background, I'm going to use those forensic words now. So it is a good for investigative aid. But in forensics, when we are talking about an investigative aid, until and unless it comes up with evidence along with it, it is not acceptable, right? And since it is an AI model, okay, and you already have the real-time data from the investigative agencies also, if you can actually get access to what we call as tower dumps, the cell phone tower dumps, if you can get access to them of the already convicted criminals, that if you can integrate here with respect to the routes that you have identified, okay, and pinpointing those tower dumps with the routes, okay, that becomes an evidentiary aid instead of an investigative aid.
Ma'am, you're absolutely right. This is a prototype which we have created. And I will slightly go back. In 2011, we were working on missing children. So we have created a database and a model, which after 2013 was taken over by the government in the name of Khoya Paya. And that was the first instance when we were involved with the government and in developing the Track the Missing Child portal and how we can track, and then introducing facial recognition into it. So similarly here, the model which we have made is based on the data which we have. In next session, I will show you something very interesting when we have been working on it and how it has changed also with the, so it all depends how more and higher number of data sets we can put into it. At present, from this we can predict from where to where the people are, traffickers are taking it. And as far as forensic is concerned, a child who is trafficked and found with a trafficker in itself is a crime. So it's not a forensic that we need to prove that he has taken a child. Right? He has already taken him and placed him somewhere where he is there. So that is in itself a crime and he will be punished for that. So prosecution takes place on that. So it's a model where we are talking of predicting the areas for child protection as such under Raksha, not only for trafficking but also for child marriage and as well as CCM, where which are the probable areas from where this can happen and how and when and what timeline can the response system be activated. And the response be that by doing that we can protect the child, we can, before the child goes into exploitation. So that is the whole thing. So forensics, yes, we are, we are working on it that if the government takes it up or integrates it with their own CCTNS, so that can be a helpful model. And today we have the ADG RPF was coming here. We have been talking with RPF on this issue, ma'am.
Ji.
Thank you. It's really a very wonderful discussion. Adding to it, if I would like to say, I know few of the AI initiatives, but cannot named here open an open forum, that starts with a very good intentions, but not succeed. I would like to put some of the reasons behind it, as per my understanding. We are always good with the data we are having. But the problem is governance, institutions, and the policy making. The data you are talking about, if I'm talking about a ministry, no ministry is going to share their data, right? And if ministry is not sharing a data, then our tool will sometimes not be able to become a solution. If I'm talking about the policymakers or the institutions, we are having the AI pilots who are winning the awards in the number of conferences, but when comes into a reality, it doesn't exist. The reason is there is no institution who is going to own it. The reason is the officials are not attached with that performance. If we attach the officer's performance with that AI, what they have to do is they have to learn how to analyze the data. If AI is giving some signal, then the officers must understand what and when the incidents may be happen. If we can build up the institutions, many of the AI solutions will surely be there, and I really appreciate once again for this wonderful initiative of Raksha. Thank you.
Dhanyabad, Dr. Gaurav rightly pointed out. I think what this AI and the questions which are getting asked, I think the AI, when we talk about it as prevention, will certainly be a thought for the government to come up with community, private and public partnership, as rightly pointed by one of our speakers, the CPP model, because if the government owns subset of data and which is not in the public platform or being shared at a private platform with the people who are needing it, then this AI tool will become redundant because it will not be able to prevent the crimes. So certainly I think this is something which we as activists over the last many years have been talking about, that the data of the government needs to be shared. So I think this technology is now coming to our aid, and this technology and the tools like Raksha or solutions like Raksha will certainly let the government think about the CPP model, where organizations with good standing and things can be provided this set of data. Before we end, I also had 2-3 questions from Priyanka ji with this incredible, presentation and really thought-provoking issues which you have brought forward, especially like monitoring of supply chains, monitoring of court cases and trials through AI. We find a lot of cases where repeat offenders get bails. Can we use AI on these issues? Also creating the database of traffickers, money trails. In some maybe kya AI ko, are you thinking about all of this?
So on money trail, yes, money trail, the traffickers, Dhananjay ji is here. We have another presentation actually where we will expand more on the traffickers database. So we have, it would sound possibly bragging, but we probably have one of the largest databases of traffickers. People who have employers, traffickers, who have been prosecuted for trafficking. And that is through our collaborations with different law enforcement agencies. And we're using that data to build trafficker profiles and to demonstrate where and when the trafficker will be active and how to prevent it, how to catch them. Now your point about the internet mobile tower dumps really is important because it's before, of course it is, as Dhananjay ji said, the presence of a child with an unknown person for the intention of exploitation is itself a crime, but that is even better intelligence where it predicts, and it's predictive intelligence, basically. Say, कहाँ पे क्या होने वाला है. This is the area of operation. So before he even catches a child, if he is seen or she is seen, you're actually monitoring actively. The law enforcement agencies are actively tracking those sets of individuals. So that's something. Looking at money trail is something that we're looking with financial institutions. There have been operations which we have been part of globally in tracking global money laundering and trafficking with Interpol and other agencies that my colleague Sampurna ji, had she been here, she would have been, or even Manish ji can say, we've been part of those investigations as well, where AI systems have been used to actually, through the money trail, identify the offenders. This is for CSEAM cases. We're, for supply chains, as yet we haven't done, Raviji, but that's a good idea. We can look at it, and on top of my mind, it seems like an easier ask of us to do. We could do it. Blockchaining, looking at it, we can look at that. So yes, and of course, all of this is its use cases, but the uptake and the wide scale usability is how we collaborate with the law enforcement, with the different government stakeholders, like you said, sir. The success or the ability of Raksha to do what it intends to do, to protect and prevent crimes, is the use case for the government. These are made not just for us, these are made for the government. The data from our collaboration with the NeitY Aayog has fed into the child marriage. So that's data that would actually working directly with them. With the Railway Protection Force, that's a collaborative mechanism. So the uptake is already there. So it's part of their ongoing system. Telangana police is here because we're collaborating with them to identify CSEAM offenders, particularly repeat offenders. It's particularly targeted for repeat offenders. My colleagues here from Maharashtra Cyber will explain how we're working to identify CSEAM and track. What we're struggling right now is uploading, upstreaming. That's something that we are, and we'd be happy to have more offline individual conversations on that front as well, before it happens, before it's consumed. So thank you so very much.
Dhanyavad Priyanka ji. Mr. Vijay Balaki wanted to have.
Yeah, thank you. Just picking off the thread from where Ravikanji has left and where Priyanka ji has also left. I think in addition to the programmatic work that JRC is already doing and the tech stack that you're building, I think there's a super critical space that currently is hasn't been addressed sufficiently by stakeholders out there. And given the reach and scale that JRC already has, a sort of an ecosystem accelerator role, right? So there are so many interesting use case applications that are bubbling up. And these could even be from colleges, from younger sort of generation entrepreneurs or social enterprises out there. If JRC can set up a platform, run hackathons or kind of bring in some of these ideas and feature them to stakeholders in a very curated manner. It's not just kind of funneling everything that comes your way, but kind of like, picking and choosing what's most responsible, what kind of fits into the frame, how do we kind of ensure that all the missing pieces in the value chain are kind of attended to, like what we just spoke about. I think that space is today critically underserved, and there is no taker. So, and that's a space where I'm sure there will be a lot of interest from, of course, policymakers as well as big tech So something for GRC to maybe launch into. Thanks.
Dhanyavad Vijay ji. So we have now reached to the end of the session. I would certainly request you all to give a big clap to Priyanka ji, C-Lab and the team of researchers who have built this incredible tool. I don't think so that such a tool or such a solution at this scale has ever been built across international levels. Thank you for bringing up this tool, and it's very promising. People like us who have been part of these child protection initiatives over the years, I feel it is very promising. We look forward for other sessions. Thank you, Priyanka ji. Thank you, team. Thank you, Dr. Saab, for doing this work. Thank you. Dhanyavad sabhi panelists. Thank you, everyone.
Lunch is ready. I request you all to join in the lawns for the lunch.
Can you have for the panel picture? I did not see the photographers.
Photographer थे नहीं? ये है तो सर?
आइए धनंजय जी. We'll have the panel also. The team. अच्छा.
Also the research team who's been part of it.
आइए पुरोहित जी. अच्छा ठीक. Join पुरोहित जी. आ जाओ. इतना लंबा आ जाएगा पिक्चर. लंबा भी आएगा. Thank you, Dhananjay ji. Thank you, Sampurna ji. बढ़िया.
Because of the food and all that. But I promise the session is going to be very engaging and very interesting. So I, Sampurna Vora from ICP and JRC, welcome you back once again after the lunch to this session, which is the third technical session of the day, and it is for Tech for Good. Here we will be doing two things. One, we will be having a panel discussion. The other thing, we will be showcasing a product over here. As the pattern what we followed in the morning, we'll be doing the same thing over here again. So starting with the session, I would like to invite all the panelists on the dais. To start with, I'd like to invite the Executive Director for Association for Voluntary Action, Mr. Dhananjay Tingle, to be on the dais, please. Now I invite Mr. Anand Bhagwati from Brisbane, India. I invite Dr. Vinny Sharma, a professor from Galgotia University, to be on the dais, please. I invite Mr. Atul Pandey, AI and Risk Governance, Bharti Network Group on the dais, please. I invite Advocate Rachna Tyagi, Partner Ethicals Legal Solution and Consulting Solutions. Now I avoid the most avoided person. ADG, Mr. Mayank Ji from Railway Protection Force to be on the dais. He is going to chair this session, and a round of applause for him, please. Now I request Shalini Ji to facilitate. Now I request Shalini Ji to facilitate Mr. Anand Bhagwati from Brisbane. Ho gaya? Okay. So that's it was the smoothest facilitation that has ever taken place. So now we start and we move ahead with the session. So I now ask Dhananjay Ji to be to take over and start the technical session. Thank you.
Till the time the tech team is setting up the whole tool, though the brief about the tool has already been shown to you by Priyanka ji in the first session, I'll just take you back to this idea of this thing coming up. As we have discussed in the first session that facial recognition came from Sonu's story, but also identification of children. Whole thing that how, because when Sonu went missing and we got the complaint, we searched for him across complaints. It was a question where we were starting from zero. We didn't know where to find the child. We knew the name of the trafficker. We had the old photograph of the child. From hearsay, from our intelligence, we were able to gather this information that Sonu is somewhere in Delhi. Raids were conducted in different parts from wherever we were showing the photograph, getting the information. And I think more than 150 children were rescued in rescuing Sonu. And it was 1 year. But we were not able to identify where he is. We were not able to rescue him. Now the question was, what next? How to find him? His photograph was circulated in all the 2,200 odd shelter homes across India. They were followed up. Ultimately, he was found in Haridwar, where the in charge of the shelter home said that a boy older than him, but quite resembling him, is there. So he was found. But that led to the question that how? If a child goes missing, where do we start from? If we know the name of the trafficker, how do we find which are the areas where he operates upon? Which are the routes which the traffickers are taking? How do we identify all these things? From there, the idea of using AI and GIS-based technology started coming to our mind, that we need to do something where we can prevent, preempt, and stop this kind of a thing and help the LEAs in at least starting from some point where the child can be found. We have a database which I think is the largest database of children who have been rescued, a largest database of traffickers anywhere in the world, with all the details. So the whole thing, we started building upon it with a small sample of traffickers and looking into the source areas, destination, linking them. And as the database went on increasing, very interestingly, situation started changing and lot many myths, which were in our mind were also broken. Rakesh ji, is it ready? Huh? Okay, sir. So, overview has already been given to you. I will just take you deep into it. And traffic database. Now, if you see the database, we will show you the start with the dashboard. Now, if you see a destination state, the largest destination state is 40% is Delhi, and the Bihar is the largest source state. But if we see how many children from Bihar are being trafficked out of Bihar, if we see this. Bihar to Bihar. Now the 31% children, 38% children who are being trafficked from Bihar, to Bihar, traffic from Bihar. कहाँ का जाना है? These are all from the Bihar. Going to other states, right? Now, if we see that only 51% are coming to Delhi. So this was increased, and how much are in Bihar only? And almost about 7.5%. So the 5.08% children are remaining in Bihar. Whereas the general perception was that Bihar children are being all going out only. So Delhi, despite having the highest number, but it gives us the figure that the children from Bihar are going all across India. And as you monitor the routes, the traffickers change their places. Trafficker wala kholega? Employer wala kholi? ये पुराना डेटा है, नया डेटा है? नहीं, नया वाला खोलिए. Dashboard. Employer खोलिए. हाँ. कटिहार कर दीजिए. राजस्थान कर दीजिए. दिल्ली कर दीजिए. किसी ट्रैफिक का नाम, ट्रैफिक का नाम. हाँ दिखाइए, मैप पे दिखाइए, किसी एक का नाम लीजिए. If we take, now if we see the angle here, it is based on occupation. The occupation in which the child is working, name of trafficker, the village name. So if we know the village names and those are the areas, if the child trafficker has taken the child from there, we know that here it pinpoints which is the location in Rajasthan the child has gone. So if we see a trafficker name, quick hire. If we see Nawab Ali, he has taken the children in making shellac bangles, and the child Now this is the data which is based on 1,25,000 children, where the previous one was based on a data of 30,000. So here if we see, and I'll take one dashboard. Dashboard. Now, if we see here, the trend has changed with the number of data increasing. Origin state, if from Bihar we see where it was 51% in Rajasthan, Delhi, now we see here the trend which changes is from Bihar to highest number is in Telangana. From Bihar. Delhi is quite low in number. So as the higher the number, we know the more accuracy we get in pinpointing and looking at the places. So this present data is from almost 450 districts across the country. So the data is highly populated. In this we can also predict if a child is going out, prediction कर रही है सर। कहाँ किस location रेलवे वाला? So if a child has gone missing from one place, which are the probable routes or the stations which a trafficker can take, and how far are the nearest station on the main routes is from the location of missing. Indian Railways also Now, which are the stations? Come to know if a child is missing from one of these locations, so this is the nearest route if he is to take for Delhi, or he has to go south, then these are the stations from where we need to monitor. And if we overlay this on vulnerability mapping, so that gives us the areas which are vulnerable on the child protection. So linking the two, we can easily make it out that which are the areas which needs more monitoring in terms of railways, roadways network. And this is being linked with the live train locations. So if we have the time, if the child in missing report is given in 6 hours time, which is the trains which are the most popular trains, which a child or the trafficker will be taking, the time taken into it. If it's mentioned in 2 hours time, then where the child needs to be checked, whether on road network, whether bus, or by where we need to intercept the child. And if a child is going there, then which are the points? If we know the trafficker's name where he operates, we know, so if the trafficker is operating in Rajasthan, so we know that he will be taking the child to the Rajasthan. We know from which are the trains, at what time the train will leave for Rajasthan, for Jaipur. So the tracking of the child becomes, at least starts from something where you are pinpointing it. So that was the whole thing which we come into it. All the pink areas which you are seeing are the vulnerable areas which we have taken on the different vulnerability indicators on which the Government of India, with like out of school children, BPL, concentration of BPL number of families, non-support monthly per capita income, poverty structure. So on those basis, we have taken about 12 indicators on which we have taken up. And those indicators were also chosen because large number of indicators we were not able to get the data as such, which were at the village or at the block level. So we have taken the indicators on the basis of those data. And if we see this also, these are the two things which it predicts. One is which are the zones where the child marriages are happening. And when we have overlaid it with our own number of intervention districts, so we also find that the work that we are doing are almost in those areas which are highly vulnerable. And not only for child marriage, but they are vulnerable for children as such. Second, those areas, because of the vulnerability score being high, they are also vulnerable for trafficking. So certain areas, yes, we have not reached out yet, which I think the next stage of the condition may reach out, those are vulnerable. But so this is at present where we have reached. But for future, we intend to link it with data of the climate, especially seeing that because the vulnerability increases and trafficking, there have been studies which prove that trafficking increases as and when there is a natural calamity. So linking it with the climatic data, also linking it with the data of which are the months where the festivals are happening, which are the months where the natural calamities happen, kinds of weather. So those are the periods where from which are the areas from where the trafficking will increase. We are working with the state government to take this data, and if they populate it, they will also have their own data of, like in the morning when Priyanka ji showed that a child who has gone missing from Kake will be found in Lateha. So that kind of thing, as in more, we have the data of the, for this we need more data from the government. And with Mayank ji here, we have been talking of taking this as a first step with RPF on developing a strong tool for monitoring the trafficking which is taking place through RPF, and by including our data and mixing the data and developing a more robust map on this, which can predict, which can prevent, and which can stop the trafficker and bring the traffickers to the prosecution. Thank you. Any questions? Or they will be in the last. Sir, mic here. नीचे सो
So, I come from a GRC background. I'll introduce myself later once we are starting the discussion. Railway stations are so far envisaged as the statistical anomalies, not random gathering points that we have seen. Because in my limited experience and endeavors for intellectual property right protection, we used to have requirements to conduct raids, track the supply chain management, which was off the path at times via combined or integrated command centers. So what you are bringing up is actually going to, or it may help manifold, not just for one type of crime. I think this is going to help create a scenario where combined or integrated command centers, which are run by the likes of Google, Uber, Flipkart, Amazon, Cisco for that matter, because I worked for them. So this integrated command center detects the supply chain anomalies. It takes data from all the routing scenarios, and railway is one of the largest in India especially. So this tool that your integration that you're talking for RPF and Raksha to integrate, this will become an overwhelming scenario for just one specific use case. But if you combine it with other such players out there in this industry, which they would do out of CSR or reputation protection even. I would talk about that once I'm going to deliver a bit of my nits and bits here. So it has huge potential and it goes way beyond what you were thinking of right now. I'm sorry, I'm not predicting that this is a limitation. You are connecting it to what is feasible right now and what is the current requirement. But it has an immense potential, and once that is even touched upon, believe me, it will be only of its kind globally. Because I work with supply chain security, I work with ESG also for scope 3, which is primarily focusing on the supply chain induced emissions, which creates almost 70 to 90% of the emission norms globally. Well, we are safe, we have to contain and meet those requirements in India by 2070. Developed countries are going to meet them in 2050. So this is going to have such an immense and multifold impact. It can help not just people out there in the society, but also the entire economy and the country itself in a lot of its preparation, which is otherwise being worked upon in silos. Sorry for eating up your time.
Atulji, the whole purpose is this only, and that is why we would like the government to take it over and integrate all kind of data sources whichever is available, because there are many government sources data which are not available to us. And one of the areas where with RPF and with other state governments and other state police would like to integrate it with CCTNS as well, so that you have all the crime network data and which can use for monitoring it. My colleague Rakesh, who is a technical person, wants to speak something.
Due to some initial errors, I think that page that we wanted to actually show you, that from where the basically traffic is, and that particular traffic is where is it is sending the children, or where the children is trafficking is cannot say able to show this time, but we'll able to show in the next time, because what is happening that some server error happened in the morning, so that I want to say. And also something that what we are planning to build also. I think Sumit can also tell what we are planning to do. How to integrate the data.
So basically our plan is, if a child missing on a certain place, our system will find out the nearest railway station according to this. After that, within a 2-hour span, the trains passed throughout this station. We get the live data from some kind of APIs which are available, and from these APIs we will track these trains locations, live locations, and map it to our GIS map, and this will make such kind of circles, from which circles we can find out that in which area we have to look at. And after that, on it we overlay our AI model, and our AI model will say that in which train routes most of the cases happens, and our AI will say that you have to find in which train or in which time. That's what our future plan is, and what we are trying to achieve right now. Thank you. Any other questions, please?
I'm S. Mayank, presently working as Additional Director General in the RPF Ministry of Railways. So it's a very enlightening session that we are going just right now. So initially, सबसे पहले तो I would like to call upon Mr. Anand Bhagwati, from Bridgespan India, to say a few words, share his experiences, share his inputs, and what is the way ahead, certain technical inputs, technical advice, where we can go ahead and plan a model which can help the larger cause that we have gathered here for.
Thank you, Mangji, and congratulations on the great work you have done on the portal, on the tool. Very, very inspiring. I'm just building on what I think आपने already काफ़ी शुरुआत करा. We were discussing before this over a bite earlier. And I was recalling like 3 or 4 principles, right? So I think one principle is जो आप यहाँ पे बता भी रहे थे कि and ये चीज़ फैक्ट्रीज में बहुत अच्छी तरह से इम्प्लीमेंट हो चुका है. बहुत पहले 20 साल पहले या 30 साल पहले फैक्ट्री में एक टर्म होता था LTA. किसी को याद है ये टर्म या सुना होगा? तो ये उससे थोड़ा सा सैड टर्म है, लॉस्ट टाइम एक्सीडेंट. तो फैक्ट्री में जब किसी को छुट्टी लेना पड़ता है, मतलब you actually have got an accident which has occurred and you have to take a, so you might have lost a finger, you might, whatever it is. Above that is major accident. You lost a limb. Above that is fatality in the factory. And in some ways 30 साल पहले पूरा फोकस था fatality पे. तो fatality होता तो क्या होता था? पहले फैक्ट्री मैनेजर को सैक किया जाता, उसके बाद एक बहुत UN cry होता था, 3 महीने बाद सब भूल जाते थे. I think the change happened when something known as a Heinrich triangle, which basically said that for every 1 fatality there are 10 major accidents, there are 30 minor accidents, and there are close to 600 near misses. And near misses की मतलब होते होते बच गया. And I think the culture of near misses transformed the whole thing, because there is a sharp inverse correlation with number of near misses and number of fatalities. Near misses जिस factory में ज़्यादा count होती है through, for example, the portal you have, because that also leads. So I think that's one culture. So one request would be इस context में बच्चों के संदर्भ में क्या near misses का equivalent है, और कैसे वो culture of safety या culture of near misses को celebrate किया जाए, because near misses अगर ignore होती है तब जाके 600 near misses के बाद एक fatality होता है. So you actually now with the tool and also this August gathering, you have that ability. I think the second one is जो आपने भी कहा कि the integration. Ultimately, most of the issues happen because we are in silos. So the railways is such a powerful hub. Ultimately, it is a melting pot. Lots and lots of things converge there. But how can that become the, almost the smart center? आपने कहा कि supply chain में it is done so well. Supply chain nowadays does it to an extent that जहाँ पे आज बंद, declare हो रहा है, what are the actions to take so that the routing is changed? What is the equivalent of that? Again, the tool can really help in that. And the last thing I just leave with you is there is something very interesting around thinking of this not just one-off, but almost thinking of what is the culture of safety. If you go to any good factory manager's cabin, you will actually find him talking about near misses. How can this become something where it is not seen as a bad thing to be hidden, but almost something to be articulated and almost like, for example, अगर पूछा जाए कि इस रेलवे स्टेशन में कल के दिन में कितने नियर मिसेस हुए हैं, जो रेलवे स्टेशन इंचार्ज होगा वो जो बोल पाएगा वो एक्चुअली सबसे बढ़िया रेलवे स्टेशन इंचार्ज हो सकता है. एंड दैट कल्चर इज वेरी पावरफुल, and in some ways that culture can also make it about not hiding it but actually making it more transparent. All of this will have the bedrock of AI, data, and of course stakeholders such as Mayankji and others. So I just wanted to start with these 3 thoughts. Thank you, Mayankji.
Thank you so much. It was indeed a new concept that you've got us. LTA, concept of LTA. I mean, this is one thing which we can really think on. We can develop some models, some equivalents. We can be designed so as to basically draw a predictive model and take a necessary action, necessary preemptive action to sort of minimize the damage that is being caused in the present day context. Thank you so much. Now I talk about what I call Ms. Dr. Vinny Sharma to just deliver.
Thank you so much, sir. So let me just introduce myself to you, all of you. First of all, I am Professor Vinny Sharma. I am from Galgotias University, and My background is in forensics, but what I currently am working in is getting AI into forensic sciences from past 5 years now. And I must first of all congratulate JRC and ICP for bringing up a platform, Raksha, which is one of its own kind, and it is not just talking about the reactions. It is talking about the pre-action. We have been always talking about that every reaction has an action and every action has a reaction. But if we go back to the thought process of Aristotle also, okay, you can change the action and reaction if you think upon the pre-action. And pre-action here is being given by the Raksha AI in terms of predicting it. But when we are talking about what, during the presentation of Dhananjay sir, that the real-time analysis. Because in terms of child safety, we say it in the legal terms also or in the law enforcement that the first 24 hours are the most essential ones. Because if the child is able to survive those first 24 hours, the probability of finding that child alive increases. But if that child doesn't survive those first 24 hours, the probability of finding the dead body increases. So those real-time analysis time frame is essential. And what the technical team also said about their future aspects of linking it with the real-time timetable analysis available, mapping it with the RF railway maps, and then giving up the real-time analysis, that is something which is essentially to be done when it comes to the child safety. Apart from that, when we are talking about the concept of, sir, as said, that we are living in silos. Okay. There are n number of AI operative tools which are available, but unfortunately, they are not in front. Okay, let me take it to you a couple of decades back to the teaching aspect, okay, when even I was a student at that point of time. That was a time when the academia was facing its every time low, because every academic researcher was, this is mine, my research, my data, my work. Later on, this my went away because academia realized that my will not work, I, me, myself will not work in academics. You have to spread it, you have to share it. And once it started spreading, it started being sharing. A lot of interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary researches and concepts starting coming up, which had practical applications. The same concept comes with when we are talking about AI tools. In the previous session, AI tools were being named as AI solutions. The journey of a tool to become a solution is when that particular tool stopped working in silos. Because when we are talking about the Raksha AI, as Dhananjay ji said, that because of the prediction of the natural calamities, the weather conditions, the environment and the frequency of child trafficking varies. Now, where do we get that? I had the opportunity to witness Chanakya Defense Dialogue last year, and by the end of the last year, and therein Indian Army has launched its own meteorological data, okay, which is actually capable of predicting the natural calamities and natural disasters also, as per their demonstration that they gave us. Now from there, the output of that data can be the input for Raksha, because you are getting mapped with it. You are getting a prediction of the natural disasters, because your natural disaster is your input, which gives you an output that your environment will change of the trafficking. Same ways we go with the CCTNS. We have facial recognition AI tools available. Many state law enforcements have excelled into it. We have aging AI softwares available, but again, it's still I, me, myself. So integration of Raksha AI with these softwares, with these AI tools of CCTNS and aging will actually not only help you in the current trafficking or missing cases, but also which happens in the past. With aging, you will get the photographs of the current age of that missing child. With the predictive map, you can pinpoint the location of the child, and may the glory comes to Raksha in years coming soon. You may be able to unite families after 10, 15, 20 years also. And one of my background is social media forensics, so I always take the opportunity to talk about it. And this is something which is essential that I would like to bring here a case which happened in US. There, they tracked a package with hashtagging it on the social media. When we are talking about real analysis, social media is considered as currently as the biggest curse. ये time pass है, time waste होता है. But for an investigator, for a person who is coming from the intelligence background, social media gives you an immense opportunity to track people, to track packages, in fact, even to monitor supply chains. Because with slight hashtagging and knowing the algorithm of the particular social media, which trend your hashtag, you can reach the public. They are there to help you out. And the generation which is living on social media is actually a giving generation. They give you trolls and they give you likes and dislikes also, but they help you out. They help you in tracking. Delhi police has been successfully running the traffic challan with the help of Twitter. Now it is 4 years in running. And the appreciation they got is by giving the feedback. So that is what is essential when we are talking about Raksha AI. If you are taking inputs from other AI tools also, and then you are coming up with the positive stories, putting it out into the public, telling them that this is the positive impact of the AI tool, then definitely you will get more and more integration from other tools which are also available. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. You definitely have given a different perspective, different angle to the entire way we have to look at things now. I mean, it's worthwhile that we should put our heads together and see what we can do as far as the social media monitoring is concerned, definitely. When we met, it can give us some good results. It can help us also, in designing our future actions. Thank you so much, Vinny. May I request now Satul Pandey, who has already spoken, but then I request you once again to share your point of view, please. No. Please.
Okay, sir. Audible again? Pretty much. Good evening, ensemble. I mean, I won't like to go and try to break down what my capabilities, experience, XYZ are, because I'll be heavily trolled by my own self due to the stalwarts seated in this small area. I mean, not confined yet. We have got 3 exits. So that's how my thoughts have started moving out. I basically come from a Rehna Hai Tere Dil Mein background. I'm a mechanical engineer. By out of sheer frustration, I got into IT. And from there, architecture and designing, development, coding, eventually compliance. So what I witnessed since morning, although I was a bit late, but what I witnessed today is giving a satisfactory scenario for any and everyone out here. Moving from reactive to predictive child protection is the best fundamental shift we can look at, and how the adoption of AI for good is being undertaken. As somebody who has spent nearly 20 plus years now, I shaved today to hide that. I'm 47 now. So 25 years, I've seen evolution of technology. I worked as a global risk and compliance head for a US company in San Jose, California, which were delivering on robotic process automation way back in 2011 to 15. And that was a groundbreaking scenario then. We were using chatbots. Chatbots were using cognition. That cognitive chatbot relying on a static data of pre-fed questions and their responses, their solutions, was groundbreaking at that point of time. 10 years down the line, we are looking at LLMs. Now we have got AI ML with all the best case scenarios possible being utilized to solve day-to-day problems. So someone who has been trying to translate and successfully decoding the compliance frameworks into operational reality, what I see is that any effective protection system, and I would like to have a confluence and convergence from all the respective SMEs in this field, any effective protection system balances three forces. One is law, what we must do. Second is ethics, how we should do. Third is operations, how we can do. In today's scenario, detecting a harm or risk is not enough. We have to architect a system that executing that harm itself becomes difficult. And that is what, by the aid of Raksha, seems pretty probable and possible now. Now, all the AI, ML and other predictive analysis being fed into the systems, not just Raksha. I'll take my cue from UK first of all, where we have used, I have been part of that team a bit, so I can use the term we, CCM. We use that for multi-department or multi-agency analysis in a coherent manner to prevent crimes, and their risk response has come down from 5 days to 20 minutes. Similarly, CAT, I'll bring you back a very cliche example, Family Man. Most of the people would have seen that. We all were impressed how they were analyzing, sitting in the room, the chats and picking out metadata, keywords, and work on them. So, chat analysis triage tool, CATT, is being used by US and it has been in utilization by federal agencies way before we know. Now it has come to the light. It uses an NLP programming and it helps in securing evidences and key data. And you won't believe, I'll give a very, again, out of the box example. There was a family, a established family, filthy rich, back there in USA, Indian. Their son, who was an adult, 27 years at that point of time, he was caught using CAT. He was trying to groom a 13-year-old girl, and he went to meet her, and it was CAT that helped the police to nab that gentleman. Well, as the story goes, he eventually gifted a luxury car to the eventual prosecutor judge, and he was unscathed, left, and he's running one of the biggest GCCs in Gurgaon right now. We flagged this. We flagged this to Indian authorities, and the response we got, not our jurisdiction, not a crime that happened on us all, not our native or citizen which was impacted. Apathy, lack of empathy, or constraints. Again, this is 7-8 years back, I'm telling you about. Now, we fast forward to today's time. GRC or governance risk and compliance requirement mandates us to question. We have got anything and everything being taken up as a mass surveillance or justified surveillance, but false positives. We have seen numerous cases, even globally, that false positives have led to shatter the families, neighborhoods, communities, racial discrimination, geopolitical and economical discrimination. These parameters are heavily used for poisoning or drifting the models towards a risk or unaccounted for kind of outputs. So this surveillance, this data collection, this pinpointing has to weed out, most importantly, the false positive. Otherwise, we are heading towards civil rights violation like anything, and India's DPDP already has shaped up. I myself am working on that too. And that is going to flag and create certain barriers. So it has to be a community-driven empathy, approach, and communication that will empower such novice yet noble scenarios like Raksha is creating. I will give an example. We were trying to monitor a chat room, a gaming chat room, because there was a company which was deploying an AI-driven solution for real-time surveillance to flag the anomalies of adults masquerading as kids into the gaming chat rooms. Very basic flaw we found. I'll give you just one example. I will kill you was flagged as a mass deterrent. That user ID was locked, he was tried to be pinpointed at, but in a defense game or war game, I will kill you is something that has to happen, that has to be told over, at least to your teammates. Whereas it overlooked a potential sexual offender's 3 cliche remarks, which were like that, she so, and then a smiley where a girl's fingers were being painted. She so, and then a girl who was being crowned with a tiara. She so, and a child, a boy, was being spanked. AI detected is to harness that, okay, he's saying that this is somebody who's naughty. This is somebody who's not a good team player. But this is a failure. So we cannot have guardrails of accountability left to the AI. There has to be a human loop intervention for high-stake decisions to be made. Otherwise, AI is as good as anybody who is not interested or bothered to monitor. We have got CCTVs at all the stations, whether metro or railway stations, airports now. But why it is so that I am very comfortable in losing my laptop, my mobile phones at the airport, because I am confident I'll get it. Whereas anywhere else, it's a nightmare. I already convinced myself, dude, you lost it. Because the efficacy, the effectiveness of the human intervention, the sincerity, the law or rule abiding adherence, process adherence scenario of the person behind that CCTV monitoring panel is what makes the difference. So I would like to say that what we have in place is good, what we are expecting and creating is amazing, but what we should not forget is the guardrails of governance and compliance. Accountability has to sit on somebody who can make a real-time decision without being biased, which is impossible, I understand. Somebody has to be politically motivated, somebody has to be gender-wise. I mean, I don't want to bring up the word, I'm a married guy, and probably my wife will see this scenario. Feminist, anti-feminist, atheist, or सिद्धांतवादी, कट्टरवादी, जैसा हम हिंदी में बोलते हैं. These are all ideologies which end up being interfering with your ability to be unbiased. And unfortunately, AI is created without realizing that AI can get into a bias mode which has been pre-fed. It doesn't develop one. Although we all watch these science fiction movies in Hollywood, but AI doesn't deteriorate on its own. There has to be a poisoning. There has to be a drift scenario. So all these scenarios have to be taken together, put into guardrail of requirement. And I remember I was analyzing one of the AI systems for one of the lending companies in Singapore recently. And we found out that the AI is not funding vehemently the gaming companies which are owned by non-natives. So an expat who's building an amazing product will be biased against because he is not from that country, or he has not done his education from that country, or he has not taken any person from the local regime into his board. These all things were used to poison automated decisions. So what Raksha is trying to do is already almost achieved by them, but what they can do, believe me, even your chat GPT will not be able to answer that and fathom that. So all the best for what is being done, and we would all, or rather we should all try to come up and contribute with the brainstorming, thought-provoking counter questioning also. We should question anything and everything that is being done or to be done. Then only we'll be able to make a resilience framework. Then only we'll be able to make up something which is practical, realistic, and unbiased. Because I may question something which you may like, and vice versa. So what is being done is amazing, and what we can make it will be one of its kind globally. Because from that I remember there's a global hub for child protection aided by United Nations. It runs across 106 countries. It has 81 plus AI driven tools helping law enforcement agencies. But then those tools were created, left there to be utilized free of cost, no accountability. What mishap can happen because of usage of those tools? And the best use case and comforting scenario has come from United Arab Emirates, where a case ID was completed within 52 seconds, thanks to AI. So I will leave it at that note, and I'd really look forward for each one of us sitting here, especially the young guns who are bored to death at times and then pretend to be engrossed here. I really appreciate your bravery here. But we really need your brains to step up and do what we thought should be done, because you are the ones who can do it. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Atul. There's a fine, serialization of head and heart has to be followed while using technology. That's what I could get from whatever you've just said just now. And of course, this has to be the central theme of whatever technology that we use, whatever tools are that we're using. It cannot be left only to the machine to take all the decisions. That human component is very, very important. That heart element has to be there. For a system to function properly, for a tool to work properly, to guide us the way we want it to be. So thank you so much once again. Now, Rachna Tyagi ji, I request you to please just give your kind words over here.
Okay, audible enough? Okay. Lot of information since morning, isn't it? Isn't it? So all of you have grasped a lot about data, AI, how it can be leveraged in preemptive situations, in assessing data, in assessing risks. So giving you a brief background about me, my name is Rachna Tyagi. I am a lawyer by profession, and now I am associated with Just Rights for Children. I am heading their legal and compliance division. So being a lawyer, because we've known a lot about data, a lot about AI, a lot about the information that AI can give us. Now, what does it mean to a lawyer? Yes. And how do we take it to courts? And how does it assess the prosecution? Isn't it? अब कोर्ट में प्रोसिक्यूशन में प्रोसिक्यूटर इस डेटा को कैसे यूज करेगा, क्या करेगा, पुलिस कैसे सपोर्ट करेगी, इन्वेस्टिगेशन कैसे होगी, चार्जशीट में क्या फाइल होगा, isn't it? Okay. So I'll just walk you through some of these systems that are already in place. They are in existence. Not that our law enforcement agency and our criminal justice system doesn't use AI. They do. They definitely use AI, and more than AI, they have certain systems in place that are currently running in operation. So there is something called as CCTNS, जो आप लोगों ने बहुत सुना आज सुबह से, Crime and Criminal Tracking Network System. What does it do? Well, it helps in registration of FIRs. So 16,994 police stations are all using, or they are all leveraged to CCTNS to ensure that every single complaint, FIR, or any single diary gets registered here. Now, what is it that we need more from this, from CCTNS? What we need is that in case of a cognizable offense where a complaint gets registered, the system should immediately transition that complaint to an FIR, which is not happening. This is just to make you guys understand कि अभी system क्या है और आगे क्या हो सकता है. ICJS, this is interoperable criminal justice system. Basically, this is something where all the courts, the police stations, the prisons, they are all connected here. So the courts and the police stations, they get to know about stages of a case. The other one is ITSO, which is the investigation tracking system for sexual offenses. ये पुलिस यूज करती है investigation के दौरान. Correct me, sir, if I'm wrong anywhere. So police and IOs definitely, they use this system during investigations. What do we need in this case? Well, we need that in case of all cases or all offenses against children, the police should complete investigation within 2 months, which is what the law mandates. Systems हैं, systems में trigger लगाने की ज़रूरत है. अगर आज CRPC, जिसको हम BNSS कहते हैं, CRPC कहता है कि 2 महीने के अंदर इन्वेस्टिगेशन खत्म होनी चाहिए, तो सिस्टम में वो ऑपरेबिलिटी आनी चाहिए कि 2 महीने में इन्वेस्टिगेशन नहीं खत्म हुई. इट इज़ अ रेड फ्लैग. इट रेजेस क्वेश्चन ऑन अकाउंटेबिलिटी of anyone. We have few more systems. NDSO, Bhuvanji mentioned about this system. Do you guys know about this? It's a national database on sexual offenders registry. This was launched way back in 2018. Now the intent and purpose of this system or this tool is that all sexual offenders' data should be a part of this registry. Because at the time of grant of bail, at the time of their parole or any other critical stage, the judge or the police should check their entry in this registry. What is it that we want more out of this system? Well, we want that this system should be fusioned or should be interlinked with CCTNS, with ITSO, with ICJ system, the court system. And why is that so? Because consider a situation where a person is out on bail and commits another crime. And we've been dealing with such cases. A person who was convicted of raping a 12-year-old girl way back in 2005 was convicted. He underwent imprisonment for about 8 to 10 years. He came out in 2013, committed another rape. He got acquitted in 2016. Thereafter, he commits rape of another minor child now in 2024. What if this system was operating or was operational then? What if we could check his antecedents on the system before granting the bail? What if a criminal background check, जो आप लोग जानते होंगे, right? Background checks होते हैं. What if the background checks are done running the information of the accused against this system? CCIs, hospitals, schools, institutions, colleges. What if the background check of people who are employed in these institutions, their background check is done through this system? When the police does background check against many other records and registries, right? Facial recognition software for missing children, Bhuvanji also mentioned about this. So this is one of the softwares that we helped government build in, and it was also introduced in one of our cases way back in 2011, and within 3 to 4 days of implementing, around 11,000 children were identified. So this has been one of the, I would say, most impactful and effective software. National Crime Records Check, well, this is again a system on verifications, but we will just quickly move on to next. Now we talked about the systems, that tools that are in place for the purpose of investigation, trial. There are other systems also that work for welfare of children. For instance, there is a Track the Children portal. There is a Bal Swaraj portal, which is being operated by NCPCR. There is CARA, the adoption platform. This is the formal adoption platform. And then there is a pencil portal that largely governs the turnkey journey of a child labor, from raid, rescue, until rehabilitation and also repatriation. Okay, so we have systems for investigation, we do have systems for trial, we do have some child welfare systems. What is it that we want? We want some accountability. We want to leverage these systems and ensure that these systems walk the talk with our criminal justice system. Our BNSS clearly mandates that investigation needs to be completed in 2 months, and then trial within 2 months of the submission of charge sheet. We want that to be incorporated as part of these systems. The POCSO Act, the IT rules, and now the DPDP Act, the Data Protection Act as we rightfully call it. The IT Act clearly prohibits any CSEM or child pornography material, as it was earlier used, to be stored, used, transmitted, or shared, or even possessed. We want all of these legal mandates to be enforced through the systems, either the existing systems or maybe their upgraded versions. So just to walk you through a bit about IT rules, because it has a lot of impediment on the social media intermediaries. You guys, I'm sure, are all watching a lot of social media and the reels that get uploaded. Have you seen some sleazy videos of young children? They may be obscene, they may not be obscene. It just pops up, right? Right? Have you reported them? I just heard one yes. 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 Right? Yes. So, there may be a situation where the social media intermediary comes up and says, well, I just host a platform. There's a third party who has uploaded the information, and there is another fourth party who is viewing the information. I am protected by IT Act, which is called as the Safe Harbor Protection. So, by way of our last year's judgment, which is Harish, the Supreme Court's judgment, that Safe Harbor Protection is no longer applicable on social media intermediaries. Only exceptional situation where they have reported and deleted that content. So social media intermediaries are completely liable for all these obscene contents of minors until and unless they've deleted and reported it, right? There is also a provision of takedown. They are mandated by law to take down such contents within 24 to 72 hours. And just a bit about our case at Supreme Court. So Bhuvanji talked a bit about this case where the High Court, one of our high courts, had acquitted the person because he was watching pornography, child pornography as the phrase was used then, in his personal space and at his home. So the Supreme Court laid down couple of mandates. It said, well, whether downloading or not, even if there is a constructive possession, that is intent plus control, you do not have a physical possession of the content of the abusive material, but it's just lying on your phone, you are still liable to report. Culpable mental state, I did not do anything, I did not have the intention to use it, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It is assumed that you knew it. The terminology as was used then and still now is part of the POCSO Act, the child pornography, that terminology needs to be replaced by the terminology CSEAM. And as I mentioned just now, the intermediaries can only use safe harbor protection if they have reported and deleted the content. Otherwise, they cannot. Just to show a bit of numbers and the cyber tip line reports show a voluminous rise in numbers. India, Philippines are some of the countries that reveal quite a large number. But what is it that we really want? And these are a couple of suggestions that we could come up after having gone through some of the cases, some of the material that is there in terms of the volume of tip line reports. There should be a national takedown portal because each intermediary follows its own approach of takedown. There is no uniform mechanism or uniform portal that governs or controls the takedown of information or of abusive material. Safety by design, considering the DPDP Act, the IT rules, we want this to be mandated, and we also want an international sex offenders database. I know we have a national database. Other countries are also operating and they control their own indigenous databases, but trafficking and CSEAM are borderless crimes, and therefore they require a borderless approach. We do not know the material that I just watched on my phone, whether it was uploaded here or somewhere else, or maybe a person sitting here using a Syria IP address. That is why it is imperative that we have an international sex offenders registry and crypto regulation for child safety, because money plays a part in these things. And since morning also, multiple speakers have mentioned it, and I would just like to reinforce that we need to follow the money trail in order to nab the person or nab the people involved. So that was it that I wanted to cover, but in the end, I would like to say that we have a lot of systems in the legal field that I work on. They may be fragmented, they may be interoperable. It is just that we are not able to make the best out of them. So we need something which is data-driven, technology-oriented, and justice-centered. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rachna ji. It was a nice, very smooth walk, very, very lucid presentation about the legal framework, the requirements, and how we can, utilize the existing provisions that we have, and how we have to harmonize and synergize the various provisions and the various digital platforms that we have access to. A lot more needs to be done, as she rightly pointed out. So thank you so much. It was a very nice presentation that we had. To me also, a few things got clarified. Thank you so much for that. Now I request the House, if you have any points, you can throw it at us, whatever doubts or whatever points you want to clarify or you want to ask. You got some query somewhere with someone. Oh, please do, most welcome.
So, Rachna, amazing presentation, indeed. I appreciate in unison, because most of the acts that you mentioned, I'm working in tandem with them, with various social media giants and companies in India and overseas who are operating out of India. So, safety by default, that is something that has been very recently being considered. So far we had privacy by default and security by default. Security means information security. And one of the biggest challenges that we normally have, I mean, I'll ask one open question to all of you. How many you have actually read the line by line end user license agreement of your operating system, applications on Android or Apple, whether it's from Bill Gates or from late Mr. Steve Jobs or anybody? How many you have actually read EULA? And now, this is the risk. When applications, platforms, where children are accessing them, using them, they are supposed to go and say, are you 13 years old? Are you 18 years old? They will either falsify, or even if they say what the reality is, how is that being verified? So for that, in couple of pilots companies, our platforms, we have introduced the zero knowledge age verification. Zero knowledge age verification mandates that the person's face, irrespective of gender, location, will be detected, checked by the AI, and that will detect based on that whether the person qualifies to be the information he or she has clicked upon, that I'm 13 years old or 18 years old, or I belong to a particular demography. So these things can be done without having a real-time storage. It will be a verification which will be instantly given. Just like when we try to do something online, a software installation, our system, our laptop or mobile is not compatible, it gives us an error. Similarly, when that age verification with zero knowledge constraint put behind it will be used, it will give a straight away error and it will stop any progress, advancement, access from that interface for that person. So such things have been successfully implemented. There have been zero errors so far. And moreover, coming on this, because there's, I saw this Google's kiosk here. So it just came to my mind, something that we propagated and discussed in a panel discussion just a few days back. The big brands, the giants, tech giants of the world, they can be, I mean, they have been so far immune to most of the acts in particular geographies. And they can be made to be held accountable or answerable, all to comply with by, again, a three-pronged approach. One is regulation. We have seen GDPR. Giants have been brought down to their knees. After regulation, it comes the reputation. As Professor Verma already mentioned, the social media has an immense volume of people who will support any just cause. After reputation comes the final, nail in the coffin, that is revenue. ESG investors must have a mandate, even by government for that matter, for their subsidies, that child protection norms have been facilitated, vetted in each and every platform, application, or the so-called player in the country. Otherwise, they'll be flagged off, they won't be allowed to operate, or they will not be able to exploit or optimize such leeways. So if these things, for instance, could be incorporated in our thought process as a baseline, I think a lot of things would be under control. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this food for thought. Another food for thought. Vinny Sharma ji, please.
Okay, now it's been almost an hour that all of you present here, including the one on the digital platforms listening to us, are convinced that we all have shared our qualifications, our experiences, so you know that we are good people, okay, with good credits, okay. So I am giving you an opportunity to lend each and every one of us 5,000 rupees right now. Is anyone willing? Raise your hands. Come on, it's 1 hour. We are coming from good organizations. Sir himself is a law enforcement officer. Thank you. You'll ask the purpose? Okay, now can you text your parents, the youngsters, ask them 5,000 रुपए चाहिए. कितनी देर में मिलेंगे? Be honest. You will have to answer a couple of questions. Agreed? But right now go to your Play Store or Apple Store, download these apps called Cache, Cred, okay? Ask for money without verifying, without doing anything, without even asking for your bank statements, your salary slips, they are going to give you loans amounting from 5,000 to 20 to 25,000. This I am sharing here because this is a new criminal which is coming up. What is happening is that these decentralized banking applications which are available, they are throwing money to our younger generations, specifically kids. Their target is not the earning members of the society. Their target is those people who are getting pocket monies, aging 18 and below. बैंक भी लोन नहीं देता है, आपका पासपोर्ट भी नहीं बनता है, आपके पासपोर्ट के लिए भी साथ में मम्मी पापा का पासपोर्ट चाहिए होता है. Okay, but they are giving you money, they are giving you loan. You are not earning. You means those young kids, they are not earning, but they are getting money. And when they install their applications, there are these, again, as you said, sir, nobody reads it. You give access. You give access to your contacts, give access to your photographs. And there has been, in the last 2 years, there has been 77 reported cases of Cred and Cache using these photographs of these people, these kids, morphing them and then asking them, either you pay us the money or we will release these more photographs to your known members. A few kids have committed suicides. Because when we are talking about CSAM cases, this is a hidden criminal that nobody is actually talking about. We talk about the bigger picture, we talk about missing kids, we talk about child trafficking. But when we are living in the world of tech, as the session says, tech for good. We are living in the world of tech, we are living on a platform where our younger generation is surviving and thriving on a reels and not real. It's a real, not real. And in that real world, there is this biggest gangster which is sitting over there, these decentralized banks, which are now booming industry for actually providing the CSAM, I should say, lovers, the food material, the raw material, these photographs, which are morphed into and then shared, widely shared on social media platforms. They are being posted in the comment section of the owners. They are being posted on to the WhatsApp of the known contacts of the person whom they have given money. And this is an area where I think Raksha can come up with a solution that how we can map that also. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. It was indeed it was a very alarming state of affairs. Thank you so much for giving us this insight. Now I open this house for any questions, any doubts. Any points that anyone wants to make from the, please. No one? Yeah, please, go ahead. Yep.
Are required to analyze them. I know certain concepts like certain positions like crime analyst or criminal intelligence analyst, which we call that US tip line. They all have these positions. So every stakeholder is important, and it depends. The predictive AI depends on the person viewing it. So it will give a solution, but the person who has done a qualification or an experience having in that line will be able to understand better. For example, I mentioned arresting a particular individual, example say trafficker. There is a trafficker whom we label them, can be a lone wolf, can be part of an organized criminal group. So positioning them and their arrest impacting. So recently there was a case which I had the opportunity to be part of the team, where a person who has been transporting individuals from other countries, transnational, their arrest and their remand inside the jail, being there inside prison, we analyzed that the person had the capability to bring 20 to 30 people every month, and person who is receiving it. So having these professionals also viewing certain through the AI, through this information that is there, will actually help the law enforcement. And I feel many criminology professionals like me are here and there in other sectors. So I happen to be in this particular anti-human trafficking related work. I feel that when I represent this to my entities or organizations, I am able to give a perspective from a criminology sense. The crime behavior, criminal behavior, crime pattern, and all these things are added, and then they are able to understand that it is not only the rescue numbers or people arrested, but actually what is happening, the changes that are happening in this organized crime network. That is why recently the government has also introduced organized crime network database. So I think Raksha AI is, I appreciate the organizers who have built this, developed this particular AI. And I also want to ask how the professions can be trained in this to view what needs to be viewed. So the criminals, victims, geography, a lot of data are also there. So any view on this?
See, I was about to take up this, thank you so much for bringing up this issue. Actually, in fact, I was about to take up this issue. You know, we have to, first of all, you have to differentiate between a trafficker and a carrier. This is a very, very basic thing. It's a very basic concept of policing when the investigation starts. So the carrier's liability is different. That of a trafficker is different. And the various platforms that we've just talked about, the various platforms, the CCTNS, the ICJS, the various, we have this national database on human trafficking, human traffickers, of sexual offenders. So that we have to rely upon these database for, you know, we're getting into a legal, how to tackle them legally. Ultimately, it is the legal framework. See, any function of a sovereign state is basically ensuring security, safety, and dignity of an individual, right? That is the sovereign function of a state. So, in what you said about the crime and criminology and how we have to go about it, see, we have boarded the bus pretty late. We should have got it maybe a decade ago, but then whatever be it, at least we have boarded the bus now. So it's a work in progress. 5 years before, many things were unknown to us. Maybe a decade ago, when no one knew what AI was. But then now we are sitting here discussing so many things. And I'm sure as time progresses, as our databases increases, as the information bank that we have, it multiplies by volumes. The volumes increase, we will be developing definitely different models, different solutions to ensure that the sovereign functions of the state is carried out. This is what I wanted to say. Thank you. Anyone else want to say something on this? चलो तो नहीं तो जो
Sir, being a senior law enforcement officer, I just wanted to know as to how all these databases which government, because the idea is to prevent, and most of the databases the government is preparing is becoming a post office box, like it's going there and staying there. So how does the various government data which the government is collecting, like the trafficker database, the sex trafficking, the sexual offenders databases, all of that, how does it become more reactive and user friendly so that prevention takes place? That is something which is going to challenge, because AI is going to push the governance institutions to bring in more, partnerships into these databases. How does that happen is something which we need to consider.
Okay. Now see what Atulji said. Working in silos. Hitherto we were working in silos. To some extent we are still working in silos. Various different departments, the corporates, everywhere. You see, we work in silos. Everyone has its own database. Now the government has started that process of decentralizing that information, collecting that information at a particular place, so that it is, it is put to good public use. The various portals that Ratna Tyagiji talked about, it is the first step in that direction: sharing of information, sharing of data. So once we have that data, so there will be many, we will have it will be subject to legal scrutiny, to so many other to technical scrutiny, and we will we'll keep on improving as the days go by. See, as what he was talking about the false positives, he was so right. If suppose now, why are we going so slow on FRS? Because the FRS is largely based on machine learning. Can you correct me if I? So it's based on machine learning. So you develop a model, and the accuracy level is the best of models that we have examined out of Hitachi and all those places. They start with 60% accuracy, 70% accuracy, not more than that. But if we install those models, imagine the catastrophic consequence that it will have just on the false positives that it will generate. So we have to adopt and to disseminate a particular technology. It takes time. We have to learn along the way. We have to take the help of all the tools that we have that is available with us. So it will take some time. We are working on predictive policing models, predictive forecast models. It's underway. The first predictive forecast, if you remember, Doordarshan par hum Mausam Samachar sunte the. They used to tell us right opposite of what actually happened on the ground. But now with many other people coming in, refining their systems, refining the various technical inputs, now they are quite accurate. So we will get there. We will get there. Just it'll take time. It'll take time. It's a work in progress, and it will take time. Definitely, it will be because the amount of variety that we have. For a simple reaction, suppose we have I am from the railway. So suppose if we develop a situation reaction input that we give, a person, a European, seeing a cow dung over there on the platform, he will react differently. But for Indian, it will be a normal thing. I'm just citing a small example. So we have to sort of fuse the various reactions because it largely depends upon your socio-economic, your socio-cultural milieu that you're living in. So it is because the country that we are living in, it's such a diverse country. Cultural diversity, linguistic diversity, so many diversities. So a uniform model, depicting and capable of harmonizing so many factors, so many facets, it takes time. So we will get there. We will get there, but just a matter of time. Thank you.
Giving loans to children, is it documented and why it has not been banned?
Yes, so these cases are actually documented,
Is
and
something Rachana ji you can take
Yeah.
out, take it up.
it's actually, these cases are documented, but unfortunately, because these platforms, as if you recall, I used the term decentralized banking platforms. These are not banking platforms actually. These are decentralized banking platforms. No. Though they are not NBFCs. They are not giving you loan. They are going to take your account information. You asked 5,000 rupees. Okay, this is your address. This is your Aadhaar card. Okay, आपने हमारा app install किया. Now give us these permission: microphone, camera, gallery, contact. Yes.
That's right, but I've already taken a note of what she said then and that point of time. So we will definitely dig deeper into it and see how this can be raised at appropriate forum. Thank you.
So, sir, to add to what has been already said and shared very effectively and precisely, RBI has the sectoral responsibility to draft guidelines for adherence, compliance, and only eligible entities to operate under their ambit. Similarly, we have TRAI, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. We have SEBI for stock exchange. We have IRDI for insurance companies. So these sectoral demarcations again, we have seen in past few years, organizations used to have, these regulatory authorities used to have ISO 27001 Information Security Management System as the core baseline of information security, data protection, data privacy, and everything around it, including cybersecurity for that matter. Recently, in last 2.5 years, I've seen IRDI, SEBI, RBI, almost within a span of 3 months, taking a leap and moving from ISO framework to NIST framework, which is America's federal used frameworks, NIST now. With all these leaps and bounds happening, there has to be a certain degree of cohesion. Most important factor comes, as Mayank sir has already highlighted, the silos are bound to be there because there are people with certain regulatory, judiciary, jurisdictional restrictions or authority that may have not been allowed to overlap to avoid something bigger as a conflict, because the system should not collapse. 5 criminals or 100 criminals should go free, but one innocent person should not be penalized or convicted for that matter. So in the similar approach, these silos, again, we have to come back to the fact that government is trying to do things, too many things at the same time. And I have myself been part of this mishap when it happened to one of my nephews. And a gentleman wanted to be the best gamer with all the hardware and gears possible in that Chinese app which was banned, so PUBG. I loaned him that money. This was the condition. When he called me and said, Chachu, I'm getting free loan. Will you cover me later and explain this to dad? I'll pay it off after a few years. I said, possible. Then I asked him how and from where you are getting it. Just send me the link. He sent me the link. I said, let's do this. This 13,000 I am financing. Not a word to your Pitaji or Mataji for that matter, but just don't do it. I'll explain the rationale later. Reason being, that kid was 14 and a half. He was so almost on the edge. He would have done something else. So when Raksha's demonstration I saw, I was very able to correlate and recall that at that particular surge of moment, that underdeveloped weakness or vulnerability in a child, these are being exploited into gaming platforms, into chat platforms or social medias. My daughter, who turned 10 on first week of December, she asked me just one gift, that paisa kharch nahi karna, just allow me to have a Discord ID. All my so-called friends, she has a Premier League of all the top 10 students across her school, in her section, who chat and strategize how to study or do other things. That's what she said on Discord. And I was shocked. I said, Beta, I have shunned Discord 2.5 or 3 years back. And now you are turning up and asking me to allow you to use that. And I was taken aback. We are doing our best. I have installed my so-called HD television in my father's bedroom, not my drawing room, not in our bedroom, so that my child should not have access to that. I have got laptops specific to my children's usage, which is regulatory and monitored by me. But what she is overhearing from her classmates, the peer pressure, the expectation, again, there are so many factors we cannot factor in, and these things create the, deficiency or shortcomings in otherwise impeccable systems. Thank you.
What is happening is that, if you recall in the previous session, Peter has pointed it out, that there is this peer-to-peer material which is being generated. Okay, in the legal terms, we have given it a name as revenge porn. We have given it as a name as revenge porn. Everybody must have heard about it. There is a couple in relationship. They are sharing intimate photographs with each other. Now they break up and one or the other partner is sharing it. Okay, but this is not just happening in the cases of revenge porn only. It is happening in cases of adolescents who are, unfortunately, I should say that, who want to know about their bodies, but they are not able to because of the education framework that we are having. We are not imparting that particular aspect of the education to our youngsters. So they are sharing these photographs innocently with their friends, and some way or the another, they get leaked. There are plenty of cases which has come up. A number of kids have committed suicides, not only girls but boys also. Okay. Then this peer-to-peer exchange is also happening. Now, I'll just take a minute here to take you to this one incident that we came across. During an investigation, we were investigating a phone. There, the person has used different AI portals to generate a morphed image. Now, this he tried it on Gemini first. He wrote, create a sexual image using these two photographs. Gemini immediately prompted, this is not in my part. I won't do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm unable to do it. It didn't say I'm not going to do it. It said I'm unable to do it. Gentleman went to ChatGPT. Error came. He again went back to Gemini. He went to DeepSeek also. Okay. Same reply. DeepSeek said I'm not going to do it. DeepSeek clearly said I'm not going to do it. Gentleman went back to Gemini and then he changed the command. As you said, sir, the words matter. He changed the prompt. Instead of a sexual photograph, he used create a couple photograph. Now change the color of clothes. Now change this, now change that. So after 7-8 prompts, he got that photograph he wanted. So that is there. So the prompt, the words matter.
No, thank you so much. Now, just slightly we overshot the time. So I'll just sum up whatever we have had. I'll just, what the railways is doing in this regard in the field of human trafficking, child rescue, and whatever we have discussed so far. So I'll just take a couple of minutes to sum up the whole thing. So I think this was quite an engrossing session. Many things came out, learned so many things. As I've already introduced myself, I am S. Mayank, presently working as the Additional Director General. It was just luck that I was accompanied by a galaxy of such eminent people here who are absolutely proficient and they are the masters of their field. RPF, I would like to just give you a very brief introduction what the RPF does in the field of child rescue, human trafficking, etc. So before I proceed further, I would like to just put a few numbers in front of you. We run a project called Nanhe Farishte. This is basically our, our initiative that we run in the interest of children who are who are in need of care and protection. So I'm really proud to say that my organization, we have rescued about 75,000 children, boys and girls, who loiter around in the stations, in the trains, runaway children. About 75,000 lives we have saved. And that's a very big contribution that we've made, I think. 75,000, the Ministry of Women and Child Development, because looking at our performance, they have co-opted us as their partner towards child relief and child rescue also. Similarly, for human trafficking, we have, for child trafficking, we have signed an MOU with the BBA. And that also has shown good results. Our, the way we work together in sync and in harmony. The last 3 years, maybe we have rescued about 2,500 children and about 700 traffickers oblique carriers. Now, we don't actually know how many traffickers are there, how many carriers are there. So I said we have to differentiate. So, not being part of the state police, being a part of the federal government, the investigation, etc., it rests with the state police, the state government, because that mandate lies with the state government. So we really wouldn't be knowing the number of traffickers, oblique carriers that we have. As said earlier, the eastern part of our country, is the largest supplier of such vulnerable people. And as a functionary of the state, it becomes our duty to ensure the safety, security, and the dignity of any individual which we think or who look like being exploited or who are at the wrong end of things. So, when it comes to offense by minors, that is dealt differently. But as far as care and protection is considered, we have adopted a very humane and a very human approach towards child rescue, towards human trafficking. Because all of us, we all know that the technology that we are using, it is almost become integral in a day-to-day, facet of our work, of our living. Every day, 24 hours, the time that we sleep, you minus that, and we are surrounded by technology. Kuch bhi ho, it will be TV, it will be your net, it will be your phone, whatever it is, your workplace. We are surrounded by technology. How best to put to use? We are getting our foothold now. We are doing a little bit to make things slightly simpler and smoother by getting into, a working relationship with the BBA, organizations like BBA and the National Commission for Women and many other organizations also. So this is beyond what we are supposed to. We don't have a mandate, legal mandate as such. It's just a matter of that we've taken that this is a social responsibility, that empathy, that a child should not fall into wrong hands. A child falling into wrong hand is lost forever. Forever. Whether we like it, it's a very harsh term. We have the experience. Now it is so deep-seated. You call it poverty, you call it whatever. A child surfaces over and over and over again. Because there are many places, a child rescued in Andhra, the same child is again rescued at Tamil Nadu. The same child is again rescued somewhere in Bombay. The underlying function, of course, is poverty, because the time they are rescued, they are reunited with their family, they have 2 square meals a day. It's a hard reality that we have to face. So apart from all those, the tech thing that we have spoken about, the human component is equally important. Very, very important. How we deal with them. What should be the future path? Tech, of course, is a big enabler. It's a force multiplier for all of us. In the organization, RPF as an organization, as one of the speakers said, the various legal initiatives, the legal framework initiatives, the legal initiatives that has been undertaken by the government. We are harnessing those. The digital policing hub of the National Crime Records Bureau, you know, like that, the ICJS, the Crime Act, the National Database of Human Trafficking Offenders, Sexual Offenders. So we are, and apart from that, we are also using our own railways platform, the Prabal network. We absolutely analyze the Prabal network with whatever limited data we have as of now to identify traffickers. Very basic models that we have developed on our own. We plan to improve and increase further in due course of time. A simple example that has been successful: an identified trafficker or a carrier, we try to get his name, we try to get an alert that Mr. X is traveling. If he's traveling alone, we rate that this fellow is traveling alone, please watch him. We also see the number of children traveling together, a large number of children, maybe 5, 6 children traveling with particular individual, a group of children. So this is a very basic way of, you know, using technology. The high tech will come later on that we are embarking upon, the FRS, the AI-enabled FRS that we are planning to install all our network. To start with, let me tell you, we are equipping all our coaches with CCTVs, certain with the FRS features. All our stations, all the railway stations will have that. It's a work in progress. About 2,000 stations have been completed, have been covered, have been brought under the network. The entire control and command center will rest in Delhi, and we'll be watching. It'll be integrated with the national framework. So the baby steps have been taken. We're gradually walking towards whatever we desire to achieve in the long run. Of course, the face of a child, of course, is the center of our theme. Human beings, the dignity of human being. What worries me most is that we talk of everything, but the financial component, the monetization and the commodification of human lives. I think we should have a study, we should have a survey that, I mean, Dhananjay, you can basically, you have the huge database for that. And everything is done for money. So we can have various categories.